Chromedix and his dulcet Italian tones. Now you've got some dodgy Welsh / English accent for the next 3.5 hours before you're joined by the wonderful Raven for a good chunk of the night. I hope you are all enjoying the race. It's nice to get it up and running. We didn't think at one stage that we would be in a position where we have an event on. So I am really pleased to be able to bring you. We are really pleased to bring you the 24 hours of Watkins Glen. Maybe an hour and a half later than originally planned. Maybe a little bit of confusion, and we might have lost some drivers because of a Ferrari. If anyone didn't know what was causing the issues, it was down to the fact that the new Ferrari was causing a fatal error for everyone who was trying to do a driver swap. So I'm just getting my sound back in order. It was causing a fatal error when people were trying to do a driver swap. So what we've asked the drivers nicely to do is try and come up with a setup and a team order with an hour and a half adjustment in time, and also any of those drivers who were in the Ferrari to jump into something else. I think our leader was one of those teams affected, and actually so is our second place team. Was one of those affected as well. I think P7 as well, who have gone into the Mercedes, were another team affected. So it has caused some disruption. It has caused a few more grey hairs on my chest. I have none on my head, but I am really pleased that we have an event here. The weather conditions have been really tricky and trying. Seems to be going on a cycle of dry, then rain, gets a little bit heavier, and then it goes back to dry, which is causing some mix-ups. It's causing some interesting strategy. And it's always good to avoid the pit wall. So, any of you drivers out there who are taking part, let me know what you're having for tea. It's always nice to know. I managed to get some. One of the real reasons why the event had to go ahead, because it is so difficult to get time to be able to commentate, steward, race. I had to pay my wife to go out for the day. Or give her some money to go out for the day so she could take her friend out for lunch with the two kids. And just as we were getting race started, they came home, which was interesting. So, and tomorrow my in-laws are coming down for the day to keep my wife entertained. My presence is obviously so valuable in the household; it can't be replaced with in-laws or friends. But hey, their loss is your gain. Let's have a quick look at see how the running order is going at the moment. So we've got Michael Spillino, who's currently in the pits in the Italian job team in P25. Luca Groni in P24 is 2 laps down behind Martin Agar in P23 in the Porsche. Daniel Bruder, he was in and around the midfield positions earlier on in the race, but finds himself 24 seconds behind P21 in 22. So they're in the BMW. Nice black livery there. Yeah, it's my team. Chris Sauter currently in control in P21, 4.5 seconds behind Adam Coop, who is... That's Luca Amaral. There you go, Adam Coop. So Adam Coop is in P20. In the McLaren, then we've got in P19 Ignacio Lemmy. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that extremely wrong, but they're in the BMW. They are 31 seconds behind P18, which is Jordan Rose in the Aston Martin, just about to try and go past the Bentley, or has just been passed by the Bentley, who's in P9, which is Slats. I don't know when Jordan was on the track when I was racing. He is pretty quick, so he's definitely unlapping himself down the start-finish straight into turn 1. Let's hope they can get this. Note they've fallen back in line. One of the interesting things about the new update is the tyre model has changed so significantly. You notice a huge difference between when your tyres are at optimum and when your tyres are past their best and you've dropped off the cliff. because my stint was initially in the wet, we had to run with higher tyre pressures. So I was getting about high 23s, mid 24s. Once the track dried, I was running at 29.2. And my tyres were just gone. I was sliding all over the place. It was not fun. So that's P18 trying to unlap themselves from P17. It looks like from P9. It looks like that move has now been done from before they go down into the boot. Rowdy Burns, who was having some issues with his pedals last night, is in P17 in car 999 with Ian Thompson, Neil Woodward and Christopher Gedman. So they're in P17. They're 9.7 seconds behind Lewis Kett in P16 in the Porsche as well, who's just been overtaken by P2. Jan the Wall Bath, Tom Curtin and Fabian Kerner in P15. They're 4.5 seconds behind Stephen Tasmaric, I believe, in the Aston Martin. Lots of front end damage to that Aston. Track is currently lovely and dry, and we are just coming up to the 3 hour mark, I believe. Yes, we are. So Stephen Tasmaric in the Aston Martin, currently in P14, 18 seconds behind Ivan Garinov. Ivan Garinov in car number 42. They're 46 seconds behind Maxim Oberin in the Porsche in P12, and then you got Jakob Schaber, that's it, in P20. In the Mission Spinau Mercedes car, and then you got Nigel Longdon, one of the ERS teams, in P10 with Christopher Jones and Alan Brown. Wonder what time Chris is going to be allowed to get on the computer, but they're 22 seconds behind. It's got a yellow flag for Rowdy Burns. Rowdy Burns is currently facing. He has to do a full roundhouse to be able to get back on the track. He has to be careful because there's a car approaching at quite decent speed through the corner, which is another Porsche, but P17 managed to get going again. They've lost some considerable time on Lewis Kett, and Jordan Rose has managed to gain on them as well. So we're up to Nino Tobin in the Aston Martin, currently in P9, a driver from the Netherlands. Another Dutch driver by the looks of things is Martin Schlatz, which is the sole brave Bentley driver, and they're progressing. They've performed really well. Managed to get themselves up to P8, but it looks as though Terence Keenan has just made the move to pass. 32 seconds behind Maximilian Bacher, the Austrian, who's currently running in P7 in car number 212 in another Porsche. They're 15 seconds behind Luciano Vialli in P6. P2's currently in the pits, and then we got Luca Amaral in P5, the man from Brazil, performing again, another driver who's having a very good race. P5 at the minute. We've got then Tamas Sissimani, who's just made a move up into P3 with Vrisa, who's performing a pit stop. So Tamas from Hungary has made themselves up into P3. Then we've got the brand new Lamborghini in P4. They'll be looking to try and get back on the pace, a couple of seconds now behind Tamas, but also 7 seconds behind Luca behind. Then we've got ERS's Terence Keenan, along with Benjamin Ack, Sergio Azario and Alex Zachtel, currently running in P2 in car number 331. Just judging from experience, that Mercedes is extremely planted and it's very fun to drive. And then we got Tugboat Badisemi with John Beaton, Marco Keddy, Fulvio Di Polito, and Tugboat Badisemi. Yeah, and Keddy. There we go. Currently running P1. They're 44 seconds above Terence Keenan, but fun thing with endurance races, anything that can go wrong inevitably will. So let's have a look at our closest battle at the moment. We've got Jordan Rose currently chasing a car which we know has damage, which is Rowdy Burns, as they're coming up to the final sector of the race of the track. We have just under 21 hours to go, and as you see, he's really struggling there. And it looks as though Jordan Rose has managed to make the move past, and now Brady Burns is going into the pits from P18. That means they're going to probably lose a position from Adam Coop, who is coming towards the end of their laps. Ignacio will be coming up pretty close to them as well, potentially, and maybe even Chris Sater, because it could be a battle for P21 that's going on between Burns and we got Luciano Vialli. I'm interested to find which direction that how that car is in that position. That is a very, very interesting position of a car, and everyone is on a white flag at the moment. I have no idea what's happening, and looks as though there has been a disconnect. So give me 2 moments. I'm just about to try and figure out what is happening, because that's not an ideal situation. Back in shoe short ticks. We are back again. So hopefully everyone can hear me okay. We've had to, unfortunately, we had a service crash, and now we are back up and running again with a short practice session. With then the remaining race to be completed, there will be a rolling start with the grid that as it was at the before the server crash. And yeah, this is eventful. It's interesting. The weather's hard. Um, the preamble before the race was hard, and now everything else seems to try and challenge us. But I hope you will all join us for the remainder of the race. We just got a couple more drivers to join back into the event, and then we can get going. Yeah, so this is just a short practice session to get everyone back in and racing. You will notice some spikes in my stream or server lags as teams join because, well, I haven't bought a powerful enough PC to handle liveries for the entire race. For when people join, I get a lovely little lag spike. The joys of sim racing and then having to get a driver who was having a nap ahead of his 4 hours of night racing to get back into to get awake and get back into the server before anyone else is able to join. So also an interesting idiosyncrasy of sim racing. But we are here. We've got 22 drivers, 22 teams hooked back in. We've preset the entry list ready for the grid to start the race. And yeah, we've got 23 teams in now. So yeah, looking. It's like watching the F1, isn't it? When there's a big crash and everyone has a red flag and has to go to the pits, and then we start again. So any teams that have had a good couple of laps in the lead will be feeling a little bit hard done by, but any teams that have were a couple of laps down have another opportunity. Have an opportunity to get back what they started. So yeah, really exciting opportunity for drivers to be able to improve or amend any mistakes that they had potentially made earlier. So yeah, let's see how that plays out. Obviously, we got wet conditions once again, and drivers just pumping out some laps. So Slave has pumped in a 53.4. Also, just interesting as well. In FRL, we've not had. We've been quite fortunate that in any of our races previously, we haven't had these issues, and we seem to have experienced them all at once today. So that's all sent to try and test us. Spillino probably was grateful to have a P because he's driving on his own today for the 24 hours of Monza, so not Monza, of Watkins Glen. So yeah, he'll be grateful that he's probably had an opportunity to get himself re-prepared to kick on again. So we've got 23 teams back in, still missing 2 potential teams. Some of these drivers as well might be starting this race, and this might be their first stint, which will also be interesting. And the good news is my my error of driving into the pit wall isn't going to be... Oh, there's Chris Jones testing the track limits. Isn't going to be as bad now. So we've got Skylar back in as well in P24. So they were running quite high. So let's have a... I'm only going to be able to do the car numbers and down to 23, but 22. But let's have a a little assessment of who was where. So we had car number 19 in P22, car number 2 in 21, 387 in P20, 50 in P19, car number 12 in P18, car number 42 in P17, car number 25 in 16, car number 26 in 15, car number 934 in 14th, car number 999 in 13th, car number 203 in 12th, car number 202 in 11th, car number 792 in 10th, and then our top 9 is number 1 in 9th, number 18 in 8th, number 212 in 7th, 75 was the car which we saw at 90 degrees in the air in P16, car number 74 in P5, car number 52 which is Skylar in P4, car number 80 is in P3, car number 331 will be in P2, and car number 737 will start on pole position. And also, there seemed to be a pattern that developed with the weather of dry, 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 then rain, rain, then dry, dry, dry. Wonder if that'll change to a more consistent wet or a more consistent dry, or will the same pattern continue to develop? Anyway, I hope you are still joining, still on the stream, and hopefully you are enjoying the event if you're participating. Just gonna quickly check. Thank you to the 32 people, and 8. Also, there's been 25, but between 30 and 40 new followers as well. So I really, really appreciate you following us at Formula Racing League TV, and 32 viewers who are currently watching and listening, ready for a race start. Hello, Alan. The race, the race was going well. I enjoyed my first stint. The tyres in the recent update are temperamental. The weather's temperamental. So yeah, hopefully the conditions remain a little bit fairer. So we've got 25 teams now back in the server. We've got just under 3 minutes remaining until it clicks over into the race. Where once again, just to reiterate, we'll be making a rolling start with the grid that was in position at the initial race start. So it kind of throws everything back up in the air as Jos van Dijk is testing limits through the bus stop chicane. And the drivers as well will have to start to put together their races again. They have to build right from the beginning of having no gap, whereas I think car number 737 had a good 30-40 second gap at one stage. Biggest winner from this is probably Skylar. If you think of the original race start, it had to start right from the back of the pack. There's now this time has an opportunity to start within a couple of within throwing distance of the car in front. So it's going to see interesting how that portrays. Obviously, had the incident between Bricks and the ERS team, which demoted car number 3 from running quite far down the grid. Whereas now they're going to be a lot closer to the front of the grid than what they were, even though they obviously clawed themselves back. So some interesting things are going to develop now throughout the race start, which I'm really looking forward to. I was just hoping and praying that the servers remain very, very friendly. They were still sending logs and performing as you would expect, but obviously nobody could get in and play. Finding Christoph in P6. Also got told off for not putting the correct background on. So, naughty James. So I was just having a quick look at if you're unfamiliar to sim racing and kind of organisation that it entails. So this is our stint timer, or our original stint timer, with the hours within UK time, the availability for each driver, the stints which are going to be applied for each driver, and then just an added complexity. Then we've got our comms lineup and what time people are commentating. So I'm going to be on until 10:30 by the looks of things, and then taken over by Raven for the next 7 hours. Then we're going to have a bit of a silent stream for 3 hours, and then we go into back with me from 8:30 until 12, and then the last couple of hours will be by our race opening commentator Chromadex, who will complete the stint. So just kind of little bits of preparation that go into an endurance race, especially one at this length, and trying to organise your different teams. I'm sure every single team on the grid has something similar. Christopher Gedman going for some track expeditions, which I was quite grateful to be able to catch the end of. So, we will get ready for our race start. Drivers are now on the grid. I'm going to try something which I've not tried before, so whilst drivers are getting ready, okay, so you have to bear with me whilst I try and get this sorted. Okay, so we are able to do a little bit of a grid walk. So we've got Marco Keddy and Sergio Azario starting P1 and P2. And then we go to Henrik Horvath in P3, Sky Lovering in P4. On to row 3, we have Matt Redfern in car number 74, with Simone Obigani in car number 75. They'll be in the Aston Martin. Casper Bretella in car number 212 is in P7, with Carl Van Horn in the Aston Martin of car number 18 in P8. Jos van Dijk in car number 1 in the Boatley in P9, with Christopher Jones in the Aston Martin car number 792 in P10. Johnny Manoram in the Mission Spinout team in the Mercedes in car number 202 is 11th, with Robin Bicep in the Porsche in 203 and 12th. Jan the Wall Barth starts in 13th in the Porsche in car number 934, with Nick Langer in the Aston Martin in P26. Then we go to P15, which is Evangeli Selev in the Aston Martin car number 42, and Jan Fuchs in the Aston Martin in car number 12. Neil Woodward in the Porsche in car number 999 will be joined on the row with Lewis Kett in car number 25 in P18. Derek Bruh will be in the Mercedes in car number 2. In 19th, and Marcel Kraus in car number P20 in car number 19. Adam Coop in P20 with car number 50. Luca Gione in car number 173 in the Honda in 22. Michael Spallino will be in the BMW in car number 180. With German Lind in the BMW in 387. Last on the grid is Daniel Bruder at the BMW in last place. So that was a little bit of a new feature, which we've been quite grateful to have. So we're just just trying to catch up with any updates which are happening. So we've been working with SimGrid and Kunos to identify the issues which have happened with the Ferrari especially. And now we're just trying to work out what's potentially happening with the server and why it went down. So we've asked all teams to limit the number of people who were in the server to 3 drivers, and that'll hopefully make also help build up some numbers on the stream. Oh, I'm sure some of the drivers who didn't do the race start, who might be doing the race start now, might be feeling a little more nervous. But let's hope, let's hold our breath and pray that we get a nice, clean start. So we'll obviously go back to everyone at no pit stops, no position changes. We've essentially started right from the beginning. We have wet conditions again. Temperature in the air is 21. Temperature on the track is 25 degrees centigrade. We have 21 hours of racing action remaining, and the rain info apparently is clear. Looking at the screen, it is not clear. That's for certain. Hard to believe that it is only 20 past 7 in the UK here, and I am absolutely shattered with 3 hours of racing still to do at night. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. I wonder if there's the question between dry and wet tyres once again. At the start of the race, there seemed to be 60% of the grid had dry tyres on. There was about 40% of the grid had wet tyres on. Initially, the wet tyres probably had a little bit of an advantage, but then after that, the dry tyres definitely started to take over, and that's why you started to notice two forms of the grid developing. But remember now, everyone is on the same lap. There's not as in red flags, everyone has started from the same number of laps completed. We'll have 21 hours remaining. Our drivers with the opportunity to gain and lose different positions, and I'm sure there would have been some chat about whether or not you want to go again, but as far as I can see, it'd be a win-win situation in terms of you haven't lost anything, so you may as well join in. You've already got your plans for the night. I'm debating what takeaway I'm going to order after my cob stint. Though I'm feeling pretty okay at the moment, apart from a slight snotty nose. So let's have a look at the view of the back of our current race leader, as drivers now go back into single file, into double file. You've got Rafa Campos, who will be keeping Marco comfortable, keeping busy on the front row. Vefin Christoph, Skylar Lovering as well, as the drivers now start to funnel their way through the last 2 corners, ready for the race restart. Here at Watkins Glen, we have 21 hours remaining. Going through the final corner now, waiting for those green lights, hoping and praying that the race start will allow all the drivers to carry on with their racing. Rafa Campos has moved slightly in front of Marco. Marco now starts to bring that gap a little bit closer, but we are go. Rafa Campos has got the little bit of a jump on the Aston Martin. He moves over to the centre of the track. The Aston Martin will have the race, have the inside line, but the Mercedes has managed to get away quite nicely. Now we're on board with Skylar Lovering as he's pushing the Aston Martin up the hill towards the bus stop, in towards the first braking zone. Looks as though everyone has managed to get away nice and cleanly so far. Gione and Langer and Kett have all seemed to have got a bit of a yellow flag, but we're going to look a little bit further back as Skylar Lovering was under pressure from Bacher, from Fenning Christoph, as they've managed to get through the bus stop with the Lamborghini, having a little bit of a jump, having a little bit of a bounce as they move through the right-hander. Let's have a little bit look back further down the grid. We're on board with Sasha Siana, currently in P15. There's a lot of drivers who have jumped up through the grid. Marcel Fischer, as they move in down towards the boot part of the track. In P18, they've gained 7 positions since the start. Simone has dropped a hell of a lot of positions down into P23. They've lost 17 positions since the start. That is massive. But that little bit of flappy bonnet syndrome, a position gained back into P22. Let's have a quick check at the front of the grid. Skylar Lovering is putting pressure on Marco Kelly. Remember, who was our race leader before the event, before the restart. He's now dropped down to P2. Skylar's up into P3. Fenning Christoph is there. Maximilian Bacher is there as well in the white BMW. You can see just in the background. I think, actually, sorry, he is in the black Porsche. These 5 drivers have started to push away. Tom Curtin is right behind Matt Redfern, who's in P7 as they start to file down the start-finish straight. Tom Curtin moves a little, tries to get the slipstream. Moves right back into the braking zone, straight in front of Marcus Schaber, as he unfortunately doesn't make any contact with the wall, but has lost a couple of positions down into P10. That's promoted Chris Jones, but Tom Curtin, Matt Redfern and Martin Slatz are all chasing each other through the bus stop. Aston Martin seems to have a little bit more pace than the Porsche as they head in towards the braking zone. Sensibly decides he's not going to make the move there. Matt Redfern retains P7. P4, Skylar Lovering's having a go slow. He's dropped a little bit back on the Aston Martin in front. Fenning Christoph is there, however, chasing down Skylar Lovering, but also trying to be mindful of Maximilian Bacher behind. Got a yellow flag with Sasha Salina towards the back of the grid. He's gone off the track for a little expedition. He's in P19. Schaber, Biani and Coop are all in the pits. That's going to greatly affect their race start. I assume there must have been some form of contact at the front of the grid. But meanwhile, P7 and P8 are still going for it. Skylar Lovering is still chasing Marco Kelly. We've got Christoph and Bacher fighting for 4th and 5th just behind as well. But Rafa Campos leads the way by 1.2, 1.3 seconds. Somebody can let me know what the weather is planning to do as well in the chat. That would be greatly appreciated. Is it going to improve? Is it going to stay the same? We've got a driver who's moving out of the racing line to potentially make the move. Is that Tom? No, that is Maximilian Bacher, who's made the move down into turn 1 in front of Fenning Christoph. Fenning Christoph drops down to P5. Greasing conditions with fading rain for 30 minutes. Thank you very much, Benjamin. As we've got Nick Langer, who's having some early tussles at the beginning of the race return. Craig Hill has managed to move himself up to P14. Luca Gione, German driver in the Honda, as they head four cars in very close proximity towards the bus stop chicane. They've all managed to get through in a relatively sensible order. The Honda seemed to be a bit more of a death trap this time, as car number 25, which is Lewis Kett, is attempting to go around the inside as they head down towards the boot. Has he made the move? The Honda will have the inside line for the left-hander. He's got to be careful not to cut the nose off, but it looks as though Lewis has managed to make the move. He definitely has, and now heads down into the right-hander in 12th position. That is a fantastically clean move. There's a gap of 6 seconds between the top 5 and P6. So have a little bit look further down towards the back, but we'll stay with... Oh, it's a very high rear wing. Nick Langer, who's now under threat from Lewis Kett, who's one of the early movers from the start of this race. He is progressing through the field quite nicely, but he has a train of cars directly behind him. Of Langer, then you got Kett, Guillaume, Hill, Garyanov, and Jan Barth, and probably Fisher is in there as well. So from P11 to P10, they're all chasing down. We've got Jakob Schaber, who's come out of the pit. So has Simone and Adam Koop have all come out of the pit. They're going to need to start getting those laps in and hope people make mistakes. The tyre pressures, they might have had to adjust as well, you don't know. Skylar Lovering is still chasing Marco down, so that's going to allow Rafa the opportunity to push on a bit whilst these two are fighting out. Fastest lap of the race so far has been a 150.110 by Marco Keddy, so the pace is definitely there. Just Skylar is managing to maintain the pace. Baruco has dived into the pits as well from P22. Looks as though a bit of an off has caused damage to the front end of the car. Craig Hill is going slowly, but I think that must have just been the braking into the bus stop chicane. So he's under pressure from Garyanov right behind him. We've also got Tom Curtin and Matt Redfern. As Matt Redfern runs very, very wide, which is giving Tom Curtin the opportunity down in towards the braking zone. A little bit of contact with the rear corner. A dry line is starting to appear on the track as well. Matt Redfern has lost a position down into P8, with Tom Curtin being promoted to P7. Chris Jones will be looking to try and capitalise on this as well. He's just behind in the Aston Martin with a little bit of a gap to Marcus Schaber behind in P10. Nick Langer in P11 in the Aston Martin. Then we've got Luca Gioni, and Craig Hill has given him some pressure. Gary Gnov has fallen a little bit behind now, with Jan Barth trying to chase him down. So we've got Dominic Baruco is still in the pits. That's promoted Adam Koop up to P22 and Simone into P23. Jakob Schaber will be hoping he's also going to make the move. Rafa Campos has also set a new fastest lap. Marco Keddy straight away gets a bit quicker with a 49.7, so 3/10 quicker than both Campos and Lovering in close proximity, so they've both hit 150s. Let's have a look back down. So we've got Luca Gioni. Lewis Kett is still giving some pressure to Nick Langer directly in front. I also look like I need to do a livery sync as well by the looks of things. Look at this train of cars behind Luca Gioni. Mercedes is trying to make the move as they head towards the bus stop chicane. Is there going to be enough room? The Mercedes has managed to get past the Honda, so that's one position gained for Craig Hill. Ivan will try and make the move as well. Honda seems to be struggling in these early conditions. Lewis Kett is right at the front of this train, less than a tenth of a second, 2/10, 3/10 of a second behind Nick Langer. Nick Langer is not giving up the position. With that dry line appearing, it's going to be very difficult to move off that line to potentially make any move. But again, just remember, there was initially greasy conditions, but then fading rain for 30 minutes, so the weather conditions are going to improve. It does say on my little map this sunny, not sunny. Marco Keddy's just coming within a second of Rafa Campos at the top of the tree. Jan Barth has made the move on Luca Gioni. Also looks like Luca's under threat from Marcel Fischer. The Honda defends the inside line and manages to stay firm, but a better exit will be given by the BMW driver behind. And now back to greasy in the 30-minute bit, reducing rain on the way. Right, okay. Well, the Honda's definitely struggling with the greasy conditions, but that dry line is definitely there. Has the Honda used wet? The only reason why I say that is because as soon as he got out of the corner, he moved off the dry racing line and straight onto the wet parts of the track. So has Luca decided to go for wet tyres, and that's why Luca doesn't have as much pace as what he was originally showing. Luca's lost, well, he's gained 6 positions since the start, but since that has started to fall back as Marcel Fischer now goes from the move down towards the bus stop chicane. Yep, you think he started on wets? I think he has too. Just judging by the amount that Honda's struggling, and at the first opportunity decides to move off the racing line onto the wet. So Luca now will be chased by Sasha. Good news is Jakob is back out on track in P25, so he'll be in last position, but he has 36 seconds to gain until he gets towards Baruco. Then Simone is a further 23 seconds, then Coops a further 25. Deruin has had an off, and will be looking to rejoin the track safely at the bus stop. Jan Barth is now right behind Ivan Garignov. Garignov is right behind Craig Hill. And then Chris Jones has lost a position to Marcus Schaber. Schaber is now hunting down Matt Redfern, who is in P8. So you've got Chris Jones has gone past Nick Langer as well into P11, so they've gone up into the top 10. Sky Lovering has set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 49.3, so the track is definitely getting quicker, but still well behind the times that they'll be hoping to hit, which were, I think, around the 45s, 46s. I myself was doing 44s, of course. But the American team at the American track in the Italian car seem to be performing extremely well. But also, Keddy is chasing down the Mercedes in front. Can Rafa hold him off? All he has to hope for is Skyler gets close enough to Keddy to start putting him off the battle in front and start focusing on the fight behind. There is Rafa's opportunity to start pulling away. Last time out, Rafa was slightly quicker by 600ths of a second over Marco Keddy. These three have definitely started to make a gap between P4. P5 is 2 seconds further back. Slats in the Boatley is 10 seconds back off them. Tom Curtin's only 7 seconds. We've got Craig Hill, we've got Chris Jones, who's potentially had a go slow moment, but he's dropped down into P10, now to P11. He's holding the inside line. He's at threat from losing position from an Aston Martin and a Porsche behind, which is Lewis Kett, I think. So Nick Lang has potentially made the move and has Lewis Kett. Lewis Kett is thinking about Aston Martin, holds the inside line for the corner, but looks as though that move has been done. The Porsche is going to try and pile out at the corner now. It's going to be you're going to have to wake up very early to go around the outside of Chris Jones around there. But he's certainly starting to push him through. He's going to have to hope that that move is going to be made on the start-finish straight, or maybe into turn 1. But the Aston Martin is starting to slide through the corners. 4/10 of a second separate P2 and P3. So we want to get back to that battle as soon as possible. But is Lewis Kett going to be able to make the move down the start-finish straight? We'll stay with him until turn 1. He's moved to the inside line, decides against it, focuses on the braking zone, and hopes that he gets a better exit than the Aston Martin. Loverink's dropped a little bit of time back, so let's go for our fight for P1. So we've got the Eclipse Racing team, followed by the FRL team Faster, and Bricks Racing behind. Bricks, Skyler's trying to again try and move around the outside, or is he focusing on getting a better exit from the corner? But Rafa Campos is certainly holding his own. Do you know what? I think we should have a race restart every 3 hours. Sky Lovering, has he made the move? I think he has. Yes, he has. He's moved up into P2. He capitalised on a little bit of a mistake by Marco and slips down the inside into P2. So the positions have been exchanged. Bricks Racing have moved into P2. Our previous leaders have dropped back down to P3. So they've lost 2 positions since the start. Oh, must be all the stress of doing a server reset that have slowed Marco down. In fairness, not making excuses for him, but when the Ferrari, they practiced and prepared the Ferrari, and then as soon as they were unable to do so, we were still trying to fix the servers. So Kelly's probably had very, very limited practice in the Aston Martin, although has driven it quite a lot of the times before. So, Tom Curtin and Martin Slats, there's just 0.4 of a second between the Boatley driver and the Aston Martin driver as they head down the start-finish straight. You see, they're just off the racing line, onto the wet part of the track. I wonder if that's going to impede anyone. Tom Curtin definitely does run wide through turn 1. That might give him a little bit of an advantage as they start to close up the go up the hill through this sweeping, snaking section towards the bus stop chicane. He hasn't gained that much time. Or close that much time. Nicholas Langer's also right on the back of Schaber. Porsche, before the update, wasn't the best in the straight line. The Aston Martin's fantastic in the wet as he does start to breeze past. Jakob Schaber does the fastest lap of the race with a 49.2. That just shows their pace and what they're capable of and where they should be, which is probably towards the front of the grid. Skylar Lovering is right on the back of the Eclipse Racing team. They've dropped Marco Kelly by 1.2 seconds, these two. That's going to give Skylar the opportunity to focus on the battle in front rather than trying to figure out what the driver behind is going to do. Tom Curtin is fluctuating in times. Looking back, is he going to make the move around the outside? No, he's not. The Mercedes will have enough grunt, surely, to be able to power away. Marco's been brought back into the battle for those two going very slow through that sector as the Mercedes has a little bit of a twitchy moment in the braking zone. That's slowed Skylar down behind as well, so it gives an opportunity to Marco Keddy. Is he going to be able to make a move? But the Skylar's had a fantastic exit from the last corner. Defending the inside line is Rafa Campos. No move going to be made there, but Rafa's going to have to run a little bit wider. Skylar Lovering's going to have the inside line and he's going to have the first opportunity to power up the hill. And is Rafa Campos going to lose 2 positions potentially here? From P1 down to P3. No, the Mercedes has the slipstream of the Lamborghini. Oh, but Skylar Lovering is in P1. And I think he has the pace to stay there as they head down towards the bus stop. Rafa Campos defends the inside line towards the first turn. Little bit of a mistake, little bit of a wobble, a little bit of grass cutting, and they survive somehow. And yeah, probably rightly so. Gives a little bit of a flashing light to Marco Keddy, and that's put Maximilian Bacher right in the firing line of Rafa Campos. Schaber goes even faster again with a 49.1. Let's have a quick check on their progress in a minute, but Maximilian Bacher right on the back of Rafa Campos, where Skylar Lovering is pulled away by 3 seconds. I wonder if there was contact between the two cars going into the braking zone for the bus stop, which slightly unsettled the Mercedes and then caused a very good save, in all honesty, of the Mercedes. And then that loss of position. Tom Curtin all over the back of Martin Slats. Sky Lovering is now 3 seconds in front. Let's have a look where Jakob Schaber is in P25. He's now back down to 14 seconds. Not sure if they're on lap 8. I don't think they have. Well, potentially might have been lapped by the lead cars. Christopher Gedman in P21, heading towards the bus stop in a very... He threatened that he could do this completely flat out. Judging by the flappy bonnet syndrome and the excursions across the track, I don't think he can. But that new Porsche does sound lovely. We will try and jump on board with one of them. Tom Curtin still giving some pressure to P6 in front, and also Maximilian Bacher is testing the Mercedes. The Mercedes has lost some time on the car in front. Looks as though there's been a change of positions between P20 and P19. So Adam Coop jumps up to P19, Theodon in P20. Mercedes is struggling in the braking zones. It's not really... doesn't look stable as under brakes, which is causing some twitchy moments, which is giving the driver behind a lot of confidence. The Porsche is going to think about the inside line, decides it hasn't really developed into that, and falls back into the racing line for the right-hander, hoping to get a good exit out, and straight away moves again towards the right-hand side of the track. The track is still wet, or is a little bit greasy. Christopher Gedman again going slowly, he's going in to repair some damage. So what positions had been gained seem to be falling down for the four ballers at the moment. Tom Curtin is still giving some pressure in the BMW to the Boatley in front. Maximilian Bakker is side by side with Rafa Campos as they head down into turn 1. Mercedes seems to have enough top end speed to pull away. Fenning Christoph is remaining very interested in P5 on what's happening in front of them. Then they have a 14 seconds gap to Tom Curtin. Matt Redfern in P8, Nick Langer in P9, Marcus Schaber in P10. Shaber, I think it was, wasn't it? Shaber. Yeah, I'm sure one of them will correct me. Then we've got Lewis Kett in 11, Chris Jones in 12, Jan the Wall Barth in P13, Marcel Fischer in 14th, sorry, Gary Gnov in P15, Craig Hill has dropped down to P16, Salina in P17, Luca Grioni in 18, Coop in 19th, Rohan in 20th, Simone Biani in 21st, Lemmy in P22. That fight for the top 3 positions have seemed to top 3 positions seems to have settled a little bit now. 3 point with Skylar Lovrink popping in a 49.3, Keddy 49.6, Campos a 49.6, and Bacher a 49.6. So the top 2 definitely have settled down. Sorry, Rafa Campos seemed to be occupied from the driver behind. There you go. See a little bit on the grass on the entrance to the corner. But then the Mercedes has that ability, as it always has, just to sit down, squat and go. Selena is giving another Mercedes some pressure in the fight for 16th and 17th. Gedman's in the pits. I assume they're going to be they're at the back of the grid. Shaba's passed Baruco into P23. The Porsche seems to be behaving very, very well in these wet conditions, as Craig Hill runs quite wide, which gives the opportunity to Selena to be able to make the move. They'll be side by side as they head towards the last 2 corners. Craig Hill will probably have to submit that position and drop down to P17. Think about the race, think about the tyres. Maybe some of the tyre pressures are wrong as the track is starting to dry out. It might start now to fall back behind, because he's going to be under pressure from Luca Gioni, who we overtook earlier. And that is the Honda driver who was on the wet tyres again. On the wet tyres, so he's straight away having to drive off the racing line. He's going to try and keep these tyres going for as long as possible. Maximilian Bakker is still keeping the Eclipse Racing Team driver under a lot of pressure. So my little aim in terms of followers, if we can get this as close to 900 as possible, that would be very, very, very nice. So please make us happy, give us some love. I really, really, really appreciate it. Hey, if we make 1,000 followers, I'll never vape on stream again. As Rafa Campos. We've got Christopher Gedman by the looks of things in front of them, as Fanny Christoph is thinking about making a 2-for-1, decides against it. So let's have a look and see what Chris Gedman does down the as they head up towards the bus stop chicane. Just listen to that Porsche for a few moments as well, which is an ideal opportunity. Yeah, sensibly decides 1, 2 and 3. That was very good racing, Chris, and that's how blue flag should be obeyed, so hats off to you, sir. Yakashaba, where is he in relation? He's 30 seconds behind Lemmy in front. Chris Jones has got a yellow flag, and he's parked on the exit. Yeah, exit of turn 1, so maybe a bit of an overshoot or potentially some contact. He's going to have to be careful of the Mercedes approaching, which he is, and has allowed pass, but that drops Chris Jones down to P15. 6 seconds in front of Craig Hill in front, and Craig Hill's gained that position back from Selena, so maybe a few moments where, or maybe even Selena had to ease off a little bit. So Rafa Campos, oh, I thought that was the moment for the Porsche was going to make the move, but that gap was shut down in his face. Chris Gedman's gone very, very wide through that second to last corner. Horrible pit lane entry for this track. Kind of feeds through the racing line just as the point where a driver would probably be braking to go into the pits. And that's why if a driver who is on track decides a late manoeuvre into the pits, they've been punished with 5-second penalties if they don't stay within the yellow line. Now Fenning is giving some pressure to Maximilian Bacher, who's dropped back a little bit from the Mercedes driver. And the Mercedes Rafa has dropped 5 seconds behind Marco Kelly. Marco Kelly's dropped 6 seconds behind Skylar Lovering. They needed a bit of John Beaton love at the moment to start to push them through, but the BMW is thinking about a move on the Porsche, decides against it. He'll take a little bit of a wider line. The Mercedes has been brought back into the battle again by the Porsche driver. Porsche driver defends the right-hander as they head onto the bottom of the boot down the hill towards the toe. Slats is still being kept company by the BMW, and no movement there. Craig Hill is now 1 second behind the Aston Martin. Curbs are still very, very wet and treacherous. Wonder what damage Chris has, if any. I'm not sure if he hit the wall, but he was definitely very, very deep on the exit of turn 1, running wide through that corner as well. So they've dropped from P10 to P5. Craig's moved up 3 positions, so he's going to be full of confidence. Rafa Campos again still under pressure. I thought, God, the 2 cars disappeared, but fortunately not. Rafa Campos runs extremely wide through the final corner, through the turn 1, comes in front of the Porsche. The Porsche is now chasing them in the slipstream all the way up through the bus stop. Top of the bus stop, top of the hill. In the wet conditions, you have to ease off. It actually becomes a corner. Mercedes into the braking zone again. Was there potential little bit of contact? Doesn't look as though. So they get to carry on. So we're back into. Well, may as well just say we're into the first. We're almost into the first 3.5 hours of this race. But if you are late to the party, had a few issues getting the race started, and then we had a little bit of a crash. So we restarted again with 21 hours remaining with a rolling start. And since then, Sky Lovering's moved up 3 positions. Kelly's lost 1. Campos has lost 1. Bacher's gained 3. Hoping to gain the 4th. And Christoph wants one of his positions back. Craig Hill is pushing. You can definitely see some flappy bonnet syndrome on the front of that Aston Martin. Chris Jones remains doesn't think about fighting the position, instead concedes it. He's down into P16. That moves Craig Hill up to P15. And now Craig gets to pursue Ivan, who's now 10 seconds in front of him. Chris will possibly has to think about Sasha behind. How are Slats doing? Slats is still fighting away. The pace of these drivers is 50.5 seconds. Drivers in front are into the low to mid 49s. So Fenning Christoph, I don't want the back, I want the front. We'll stay on board with Fenning as it watches these two drivers, the Porsche and the Mercedes, go through the go through the bottom of the, I don't know, up towards the bus stop. Sorry. Ooh, getting very, very close to the 212 car in front. A little bit of a mistake from Rafa Campos there, was it? As it gives an opportunity to the Porsche driver. The next corner kind of suits Rafa in terms of his defence. That will give Fenning Christoph an opportunity. So what could have been a position gained is now going to be potentially a position lost. The Porsche will have the slipstream of the Mercedes in front, which has allowed the BMW, made the BMW have to fall back behind. But this is a fantastic freeway battle for P3. These guys have dropped. Oh, Rafa Campos again runs very wide through the exit of that corner. The the Porsche and the BMW will almost have to push their German compatriot through the German compatriot car through the corner. A little bit of a flash from Fenning Christoph. I'm not sure what the driver could have done to avoid any potential slowdown. He's not going to gift you the position, is he? But Rafa is definitely struggling. I'm not sure if it's tyre pressure, potentially the changing conditions, the greasy conditions, but he started off with some really, really good pace in gaining P1, taking P1 away from the Aston Martin. This time the Porsche runs wide, giving the BMW an opportunity to make the move going up the hill, and it looks as though Fenning has indeed gained P4. This is going to be a little bit of a change in dynamic. How patient is Fenning going to be with Rafa in front? If he, of course, manages to catch him as they go into the bus stop. Straight into the braking zone. Fenning gains so much there, but the Merc sits down, squats and goes. As starts to gain a little bit of an advantage, but again in the braking zone Rafa doesn't seem to be able to get as close to the apex as he has ideally want to. You can hear the tyres squealing a little bit underneath him. Again very, very deep through the corner. Seems to struggle in that corner each time. He has given some room to the driver on the left hand side. Fenning Christoph has moved up into P3 as they head into the second to last corner into the braking zone. The BMW definitely has the position and a clear advantage now going through the final corner, and that will probably make Maximilian's heart sink a little bit because he tried so long to get that move done, and now now Fenning Christoph gets that position and is already pulling away. Interestingly, Chris has managed to stay relatively in touch with these guys, which I'm sure is giving him a little bit of a jiggle on. Shabin is now back within 18 seconds. Little bit of contact potentially. Oh, is that Don Ruhan has had to concede a couple of positions there. He's down in P22. Marcel Fischer has had white flags potentially going slow. Let's have a little look. So the fastest lap of the race so far has been a 49.1. Jakob's now doing in 49.9s. The drivers around him in the mid 55, so he's gaining 6 seconds a lap on average on the drivers in front. So Remember, everyone has had their pit stops reset, so their stint timers have been set to 65 minutes. So we're probably expecting the first scheduled pit stops in around the 20-hour mark. So in the next 25 minutes. But Skyler Lovering, since the start of the race, has managed to get his way up to P1, 8 seconds in front of the Aston Martin behind. Lewis Kett under pressure from Jan Barth the wall. Lewis Kett defends the inside line. That's going to give Jan potentially the opportunity to have the exit. He also has to consider Marcel Fischer directly behind. Craig Hill's got a white flag against him, but he is still on the track. So again, one of the things with this update, if you push too hard on the tyres too early, the tyres will fall off the cliff quickly. If you've had a lot of graining because the tyre temperatures are quite cold or tyre pressures are quite low, then again you're going to have that cliff fall off easy. So you're going to have that dynamic shift between the drivers. Maximilian Bakker is now within half a second of Rafa Campos. Tom Curtin and Martin Slatz are still very, very close to each other. But Lewis Kett is holding off Jan Barth and Marcel Fischer. Marcel Fischer is very, very close to Jan at the moment. Nick Langer. So has Tom started to experience some problems because he's going to be out of a 2-for-1. Little bit of contact with Matt, who now moves back up into P8, and I'm not sure what's happened to Tom, but Tom is has fallen down the grid a little bit. Was fighting with Martin for P6, is now fighting for P8 from Matt Redfern. So that is back marker. So it's got me down as a 51.4, what Chris Gedman's doing, and Campos are doing 52s. So Chris is actually gaining on these drivers in front. And what these guys have to be careful of, the longer their fight goes on, so Fenning has gained 12 seconds. Yeah, Chris is one of the fastest guys on the track at the minute. Interesting. Hi, Cadiz Racing. Welcome to the chat. So, how is Chris lapping this quickly then? Is it purely down to these drivers fighting away? However, if you look at the last laps, Rafa did a 54.1, Maximilian Bakker did a 53.8. The rest of the good are in the 53s. There's a couple of drivers in the 52s. Makashaba is going to is looking to make the move around the inside. Merc tyres, yeah. I know your pain. Jakob Shaver Shaba has made that move up into P22. He's now 10 seconds behind Ignacio. Yeah, Merc tyres, they just kind of fell off a cliff for me when I was driving. I don't think they like these cold track temperatures with the rain. Yeah, mine just went off the cliff. I was able to do, when it was raining, I was doing competitive times gaining on people. When it started to go dry, when the tyre PSIs were in their perfect window, absolutely fine, and then they started to die, and I was running at tyre PSIs of 29.6 on the fronts. The rears were absolutely fine, but the front tyres, and then in perfectly dry conditions, I was doing 53s. So that's going to be a definite consideration for what car you select in future. Also looks as though the drivers who completed the pit stops are a lot quicker than the cars in front. I've also missed well, where's Maximilian? Maximilian's 2.2 seconds behind. So Chris Gedman has managed to pass Maximilian, and now is looking to pass the Mercedes in front as well. Chris definitely must be getting excited in that car, but he has to be very, very careful. Slats is now past, having a good fight, ding-dong fight with Nick Langer, so the boat was under pressure from Tom Curtin before Tom started to drop back. He's now dropped back 2 seconds behind Matt Redfern. As you can see, Matt just coming through the corner there. So Slats was having a fight with Tom Curtin. Now has Nick Langer chasing him down in the Aston Martin. And nobody would have done practice in changing conditions. And this man has definitely got it wrong. He's not heading to the pits, and he's squirreling all over the place, moves straight off the racing line. But he's in P20, so he's still ahead. He's ahead of the cars who have done their pits. He's racing sensibly, but yeah, something's not going right for a couple of the drivers with their tyre pressures, tyre temperatures, or their tyres. So even Jakob has dropped back his pace considerably. He's doing 51.7, so I'm not sure if it's got any wetter. There's still that dry racing line that's there, so Jakob might be having the Merc curse and his tyres dropping off, but one person who's not dropping off is Skyler. Although his last lap was 51.6, Marco's last lap was a 50.5, so 1.1 seconds gained, but that might also be traffic as he approaches one of the McLaren drivers. That's potentially Adam Coop. As that move's made through the final corner and Skyler gets the power away. Let's have a look at this lap time. So this lap time for Skyler was 50.0, so still not as quick as what Marco managed to produce last lap. But Marcus Schaber has had, we got 3 cars. I think he's finally managed to collect someone. And that car looks damaged. I think her tyre's potentially gone pop. It looks as though the left rear tyre for Luca has gone kaput. And I'm assuming that is definitely going to be a pit stop now. It's either that or the suspension's gone, but that to me, something is wrong on the left rear side of that car. Rafa Campos's tyres has potentially come back to life, has it? But Maximilian's gone up into P4. Rafa Campos is parked at the bus stop. He's going to lose a place to the Bentley. He's going to have to be careful of the cars filing through. There's Matt, there's Tom Curtin. And that has allowed Rafa to rejoin in P9. And that is a huge loss for Rafa. And Nick Langer's also managed to, is looking to pass the Boatley. Nick Langer has got past the Boatley. He'll have the inside line for the left-hander. He's pushing the Boatley out as wide as he's legally allowed to do so. But Matt Redfern's also going to look to try and make the move as potentially down in towards the corner. No, he is not. The Boatley gives a little bit of flash of non-appreciation to the Aston Martin. Potentially for send him out wide. There's another little flash. but that's putting that Langer into P5 with that big drop from Rafa Campos down into P9. They've probably still got at least another 9-10 minutes, and again, I'm not sure what the weather is doing for the next stint. Apparently we're still sunny. Marcus Chabas lost a position to Lewis Kett, who moves up into P10. Tom Curtin is right behind Matt Redfern as well as they go through the final corner. Aston Martin will hopefully is looking to hopefully get a run into the slipstream. There seems to be a little bit of a slipstream effect between these four cars: the Aston Martin, the Boatley, the Porsche, and the final Aston Martin, the Irishman Tom Curtin. And Luca is indeed in the pits at the moment. Chris, probably unfortunate timing for him, but taking an interesting direction across the track. They're in P24. They've gained one position back. Ivan's got a yellow flag as well going through the final corner. Maybe the conditions are getting worse. Craig Hill's up into P14. He's taken over from Ivan. We've also got Shaba, who is being overtaken by Jan Barth. So Shaba's having some issues. Definitely, possibly from that collision with Ivan. Drivers will be intending to try and take the stints out as long as possible. There is opportunities within the next 20 hours to potentially bring back a pit stop. So don't need to panic. If you have to pit 5, 10, 15 minutes earlier than you intended to repair some damage, then yeah, that Porsche does not look very nice. Chris Jones from P19 goes to visit the pit crew to get rid of that flappy bonnet syndrome. Wonder if he'll be handing over the car to one of his teammates. Slats and Langer. So Slats is definitely driving angry, flashing as he goes into the braking zone, into the final corner. The Aston Martin defends the inside line. He's going into the pit lane, so that is the correct way to enter the pit lane. So Nick Langer is going into the pits. He's going to try and get the early undercut potentially on the drivers in front, potentially come out into some free space as well. So he's one of our first drivers from the front of the grid to do a pit stop. Jakob now into P20 with the other Mercedes directly behind him of Rafa Campos, who is now up to P8. Jakob's pace is very similar to those drivers in and around him at the moment of the 53. Skylar Lovering's got a yellow flag. Skylar Lovering's parked! What has happened? That's given Marco P1, Fenning P2, but I have no idea. He's gone direct to the pit lane. I really hope that is not the end of the Bricks Racing team. But that does not look promising. After all they've done to earn where they were, they've now dropped probably down towards the back, definitely the low end of the grid, because if they've ported to pits, then they're going to have 2 minutes of still time before any repairs can be done on their car. Sasha's yellow flag. Jakob gaining the position back, a lap back on Skylar. Skylar's now down into P7. Rafa Campos in P9, right behind Lewis Kett. Or P8, sorry, now right behind Lewis Kett. Matt Redfern's got a little bit of contact with someone as he's chasing down Tom Curtin, who's now up into P5. Slats is now up into P4. Bacher's in P3. Christoph P2. And Keddy in P1. 15 seconds. So it's kind of returned back to what was happening before. Skylar's now in P12, and I'm not sure the pit crew have been able to start working on their car yet. Alan Brown is in the car instead of Chris Jones, now in P23. Jakub Schaber is now 1.7 seconds behind Ignacio in front. I'm still a little bit of shock with what's happened with Skylar's team and the Bricks Racing team. They were comfortably in the lead, found them parked over at the side of the track. Now they're in the pits. Assume any changes will now start to potentially happen, but this is concerning. Alan Brown's got a yellow flag. He's experienced in the different areas of Watkins Glen. So Skylar's back out on the track, but all the way down in P23. So he's 20 seconds behind Alan Brown, 18 seconds behind Alan Brown in front. And that is not a good look for the Evo. It's drifting through the bus stop. I got a funny feeling all is not well currently in that team, as Marcel Fischer has moved ahead of Matt Redfern. Matt Redfern has dived into the pits to get serviced by his pit crew. Again, it does seem to me like the tyres are only lasting so long, especially in these very graining conditions. That moves Craig Hill up into P10. So Nick Langer's pitted, so and Nick was coming up quite close to high up the grid. Even Garignov is in there, so it was Luca Gione who was trying to fight back some positions. Pace on Luca is at 53. Chris Gedman is now running at 58. He was having a great time following the quicker guys in front. Matt Redfern is back out on the track behind Adam Coop. So he's second out of the drivers that have pitted. Nick Langer is 3.2 seconds behind him. Jakub Schaber indeed did take 17th place. And is now 35 seconds behind Maxim in P6. So Maximilian Bacher is now in the pits from P3. So he's gonna try and he should fall in front of Adam Coop in the McLaren, who is under pressure from Luca Amaral from Brazil. In the Porsche, as they file up towards the bus stop, is he going to think about making a move? Luca's just got a fresh set of boots on that car. Not sure what, I can't remember what lap. Maxim Oberon has had an off in the Porsche. In P16, Rafa Campos is going slowly, but is trying to drag out that stint to at least get to the hour mark, I think. But they're backing now up into P7 after leading the race for a while, then having a little bit of contact in the fight for P2. And then potentially more contact. Luca Amaral and Adam Coop look like they've had some contact, and then Luca's passed in the Porsche. So Raphael has taken control of the 212 car now, and they are in P10, so they are comfortably leading anyone else that has had to do a pit at the moment. They are 19 seconds ahead of Matt Redfern and the BBR team in P9. Nick Langer's passed Adam Cooper as well, so I'm not sure Adam's having the best of times at the moment in the McLaren. Last lap was a 55.7. The Nick Langer's was a 53.3. The leader at the moment is doing 53.5. So it's definite show that the tyres are certainly dropping off for a lot of the drivers. Luca, who we saw earlier on the wrong set of tyres, is now doing 53.4s. And that wet line has definitely disappeared. That dry line, sorry, has definitely disappeared for these drivers. So Rafa Campos has submitted and is going to do a pit in the Mercedes. So they pitted from P7. They're currently in P10. Sasha will certainly make that move ahead of them. Raphael in car 212 has also made that move up ahead of them as well. So Rafa hasn't yet moved. The Portuguese driver, part of the ERS team, is still being serviced by his pit crew. Potentially some damage to be repaired. Let's have a look and see how Alan Brown is doing at the moment. Fully repaired Aston Martin, but struggling going up the hill. Christopher Gedman trying to close down on Theoden in P22. Luca 1 lap behind Felgen, who's gone in the car instead of Skylar Lovering, and they are right the way down in P24. The race leaders at one point. Chris Gedman was thinking about a move for an overtake, and Theoden has gone off the track, rejoined just about safely, but it's now in P23. We do have a mission spin-out car of Jakob going past, being followed by where is Jakob? Jakob's being followed by Ivan Garignov. Christopher Gedman's got another yellow flag. He's on the right hand side of the track, losing lots and lots of positions as they head towards the bus stop. Is he looking to try and give that position back to Theoden? Not 100% sure. Thinking maybe, you know. Yes, he has. And there's the flashing lights of an apology, which I'm sure is a small consideration for Theoden. So Terence Keenan has taken control of the car from Rafa Campos. They're in P16. Jakob Schaber is now 1 second behind Ivan. Even did last lap was a 53.5. So again, it's a show of the tyres going off. With Jakob's pace earlier was set the fastest lap of the race so far of a 51.5. That now even Ivan is lapping quicker than him. Baruco currently in P20. Careful, careful, careful. Runs a wide line to allow a couple of cars to pass. Nick Langer's made that made a move, but it's definitely the drivers who have pitted 100% have more pace than the drivers who haven't. So it's becoming more tactful of when drivers complete their stints, because the drivers who have yet to stop have 6 minutes remaining of their stints. Adam Coop has 9 minutes, but everyone else has 6 minutes remaining. Slats running in P3 in the Boatley must be feeling quite well about himself. Raphael has just passed Craig Hill going through the final corner as well. Baruco and Alan Brown. I think Baruco's just lost a position to Alan. Alan's moved up to P20 as they go through the final corner. Yeah, there's the final corner. Looks like a Porsche in front is potentially going into the pits, and that was nicely observed. So Felgen now, they've come from the back once before, must be hoping that they have the ability to do it again. This time it's going to be a very tall order. They are 3 laps behind the leader. Currently lapping in the 52s. The leader's lapping in the 54s. So tyres and conditions are definitely getting harder as Martin. Oh, I thought he was going to go into the pits there. Decides against it, but he comes around for another lap. That last lap was a 56.9, so considerably slower than the drivers around him. Tom Curtin's now starting to gain, so the top 7 drivers are yet to complete a pit stop. P9 is yet to complete a pit stop as well. Everyone else, apart from Sasha Selina, is in the pits at the moment. Forgot, is that that's Ivan Grigonov? Has to be careful. There we go. Where the other cars are on track. Definitely lose a position there. And there as well. That was Ignacio, who's moved up to P17. Sasha's just coming out of the pits at the moment, but that's not the best way to treat your tyres at the moment. Craig Hill has dived into the pits as well. Is there going to be a driver swap in the normal guys team? That's a terrific gain. Of 10 positions from P9 all the way from P19 to P9. Fantastic start in tricky conditions. Langer is now up into P10. That also promotes Raphael up the grid. Adam Coop's going slow, but he's diving into the pits for to get his McLaren service once again. Drivers who have yet to stop and now possibly in their last 3 minutes, so they're certainly considering what they do next. Terence Keenan's coming back into the pits again. I'm not sure if there's damage for Terence, but that's certainly not a scheduled stop. Martin Slats in the BMW, in the Bentley is coming out. Try and get some temperature in those tyres. But yeah, Terence, doesn't look as though there's any obvious damage to the Mercedes. Not quite sure what happened, and one of my inside informer could potentially let me know, unless he's taking control of the car. Chris Gedman is also coming into the pits. That's promoted Jan Barth up to 5th. He's in the pits as well. Raphael now moves up into P5. Martin is into the pits in P7. Luca Amaral is now looking to move up from P9. Nick Langer is in P10. Marco Keddy is also taking the opportunity to dive into the pits. He's following in the Aston Martin in front. Venning Christoph will now look to take control of the lead. He's given some flashing lights. Not the best way to enter the pit lane, and not the recommended way as well. You're supposed to follow that yellow line all the way into the pits. Rafa didn't refuel our car. Christ, seems like some teams are having as many problems as the admin team are. That is unfortunate. Right, okay, so Robbie Rob's just taking control of car number 2. They're into P14. Robbie should hopefully... terrific stint by Craig. He's now has control of that car. Marcel Kraus in the car number 19. I'm hoping that people have managed to upload liveries and I can sync for the next part of the stream. Jakob Schaber has dived into the pits from P14, so they had to pit very early down to damage, so they're looking to climb some positions back. So who's going to be... So potentially got Fenning Christoph, who has to stop now and is stopping. And is actually leaving the pits now, so their pit time was reset. Tom Curtin's in the pits, Lewis Kett is in the pits. Simone has to pit in the next couple of minutes. Jakob Schaber is in the pits right now. And then Damiano Baruco has to pit as well in the next 7 minutes. The rest of the drivers should be okay. Tom Curtin, the timer's now starting to tick up because they haven't left the pits yet. But Luc Amaral has actually moved up into P4. Toput back to the semi, takes control of car 737. Fenning Christoph carries on with his stint. So, done an hour and 5 minutes. 3 hours and 5 minutes. 4 hours and 5 minutes. Nothing went wrong earlier. And there has been some movement. So Bella is in car number 50, and he has a yellow flag in the McLaren. I'm assuming this is a team of Bjorn Klassen's in as well. If Bella Gadjan is in the car, so car number 50, taken over from Adam Coop, is Bella Gadjan in the McLaren. Alan Brown isn't having. Let's have a look at how the lap times are doing as well. So it looks as though everyone's running around the high 54s, 55s in terms of the average pace, but we've got a lot of the front runners who have completed their pit stop who are not yet firing on all cylinders. Raphael is into the 52.6s, but the conditions don't seem to have improved massively. Yannick Plus is in the Mission Spinno car. They're up to P20, 10.5 seconds behind Alan Brown in front. Tom Curtin is the car in front, but the Mercedes are fantastic. I am still alive. Can you hear me? Don't say things like that, like you can't hear me. They have me very confused now. Maxim Oberin is now 0.5 of a second behind Dimitris Vasiopoulos. Maxim will look at trying to gain a couple of positions. Tom Curtin's having a go slow moment. He's allowed Yannick Plus to pass. Yannick and the Mission Spin-Out team probably not be ecstatic of how this restart has gone. Terence Keenan is gaining on Ignacio, in fact has passed Ignacio, and is powering away. Simone has got a yellow flag against him, but he's dived into the pits and he's stopped, so potentially is worried about getting a stop and go for Simone in the Aston Martin. The Italian driver will be hoping and praying that that little stop has potentially staved him from a stop and go. So yes, the fastest lap is a 49.1. Let's try and... Marco, if you're listening, I'm going to drag you into the chat soon. So you've been swearing more than you usually have. So if you can please refrain, that would be great. Just want to kind of have an understanding of what the conditions are like, or you can just join me, actually.
Everyone's in the same boat, aren't they? They've come into pit window.
Sorry, wrong chat that I clicked on there. Let's try and... Can I drag Keddy all the way down? No, I can't. Bugger. Sorry. So Marco, if you're listening, please join me in the chat. It would be very nice of you. I'd like to kind of have an idea of how the conditions are working. Hello. Who was that?
Hello!
Hello. How's your stress levels, first of all?
Honestly, quite low now.
Low? Oh, right, okay.
I was worse before, you know. How many are listening? Let me see how many are listening so I know what I can say and cannot say.
There was 30 or 40 earlier when I looked. 46.
Oh dear, I have to be polite.
Yes, please. But it, I think it's fair to say that anything that could go wrong today has possibly gone wrong.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
we are still P1, so for me it's going good.
Well,
But yeah.
you're very, very fortunate at being P1, to be honest.
But yeah.
Skylar and Felgen have had some issues. I'm not sure what happened, but did you see them parked off on the side?
In the Lambo, yeah, the driver had a pedal issue.
Ah, so Skylar.
Now they came back. They changed the driver, but they're 3 laps down, I think, at the moment. So
Yeah, so they're in P21, just
yeah,
77 seconds behind the Mission Spin Out car, who also looked like they had issues at the start as well. So some of your main competitors have got a lot of work to try and claw back through the grid, haven't they?
that's good. Yeah, and we have you behind us.
Wow. Well, the last time I came near one of your cars, it ended up me in the wall.
How did you do that?
I don't know. So Terence Keenan is trying to make a move on Marcel Chrysler. They're another team that I think you might have made contact with them into the bus stop.
I kept my line.
Did you make contact with them?
Yeah, slightly, but there was no like report from the game. It was just like netcon maybe. But I kept my line.
Because they give you a little bit of a flashy flash on the exit with a little bit of
Yeah, I
disapproval.
know.
But
I could know very well why anyway. So
But they were having some fantastic battles with Fed and Christoph and also
yeah.
Maximilian Bacher. They had a little bit of contact on and off, and they fallen down the grid. And then when they pitted again, unfortunately Rafa didn't turn the fuel hose on.
No, and they killed their tires like in 10 minutes, so that's why they were falling off.
Yeah, well, what are the conditions like? Because it looks wetter than it did earlier.
It's very bad because, like, we know very well these conditions from the previous version, 1.8 of the game. But like this is very weird. You have to really, really take care of the tires, which also takes out the fun of the racing because you have to be very slow, careful, gentle with the wheel. So it's like it's not racing at the end, I guess. It feels weird, I would say, but yeah.
I kind of like the change in conditions that we had in the previous version of this server,
Exactly, yeah.
where it was dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet. It was kind of fun. Of can I go out on dries, or do I have to stay, or do I have to think about going to wet? But yeah, the conditions look very, very tricky, and not going to be fun for the next 19 hours and 50 minutes.
If we survive.
Oh God, I don't. Do you have any naps planned?
I had, not anymore.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've been up since 9. I was meant to go to the gym, and I was dragged into sorting some stuff for Tag and then some other stuff. So eventually, I've been, let's say, working for the event since 9 a.m.
Well, I woke up at 6:30. I had a skip delivered at 7:30. By 8:30, that skip was filled with the contents of my garden. And then I've been on the FRL stuff since about 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, similar then.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's always fun, these events, but there's just been a lot of things that have tried and tested us for this one.
That's crazy, man. Totally unexpected, but hey, we went through it anyway. Still racing.
Cool. Well, thank you for joining me. Hopefully you have time to grab yourself a nice greasy cheeseburger.
Ooh, yes, for sure.
Yeah. Right, have fun. Thank you. As Nick Langer's trying to make the move down into the bus stop chicane on on Luca Amaral. He hasn't managed to do it, as Luca has managed to maintain P4. But for how long can they do that? Tug is currently the fastest car on track, although Felgen is... yeah, Felgen's got that at the moment with a 52.5. So they seem to be... doing rather well as well. Manuel Novak is 0.4 of a second. That Porsche looks battered and bruised. That is the Jan Barth Advisor Racing team in P10, but that Porsche is definitely not going to get much market value on resale after this, but he's certainly got some pace in that car. As he's holding Maxim very honest in front. Jeremy Ricciardo is less than a second behind Nick Langer, and he's less than 7/10 behind Luca in front. Raphael's only just under 3 seconds behind Fenning Christoph. And look at the last lap times, it was 0.5 of a second Raphael was quicker. So that's a fight that could potentially develop as well. Novak now within 3/10. No move made there. Is Jeremy Ricciardo thinking about making a move in the Boatley? So the Boatley is in peace. Oh no, that's not right. So the Boatley is Jeremy. Yes, Boatley is Jeremy. Then we got Luca. Then we got Nick Langer in front of him, and Luca Amaral in front of them as well. So that wing of. Oh, let's find the right button. There we go. Oh. Has he just allowed the Aston Martin to go through potentially? But then Jeremy's also going to think, you're going to let me through too? That'll be quite nice of you. But Luca's definitely having some problems. Kind of been pushed through the corners as Ignacio Leme has dived into the pits. Yannick Plus is 2/10 behind Alan Brown, so we'll try and join that battle as soon as possible. But Jeremy Ricciardo has made the move on Luca Amaral. Manuel Novak is within 3/10, but let's see if Yannick Plus has managed to make, or will manage to make the move. Oh, that was a very wide exit and not the ideal place to go, but Aston Martin versus Mercedes. The Mission Spinout team takes a wider line, hopefully get the power on. Water being spat up by the drivers, by the cars as well. Yannick Plus moves out of the racing line, going to try and outbrake Alan Brown in the Aston Martin. Alan Brown concedes the position. Yannick Plus moves up to P17. 28 seconds to Belagadjan in front now. So Novak's dropped down to a second behind. Luca Morel has certainly dropped off considerably. Jeremy Ricciardo and Nick Langer will go in hammer and tong down the start-finish straight as well, but status quo remains as they go through turn 1. Although Nick Langdon makes a little bit of a mistake on the exit. Seems to be struggling as well with the Aston Martin getting that power down. It hasn't been long since the last pit stops, so it shouldn't be tyres. Maybe it's the incorrect tyres, maybe it's the wrong tyre pressures into the braking zone for the bus stop. Bentley falls in behind. Aston Martin is definitely struggling in getting that car pointed into the corners, which has given the Boatley an opportunity. The Boatley seems quite strong the wetter conditions. When the wettest conditions come along, he has his nose in front of the Aston Martin, side by side through the long left-hander. Boatley will try and get the racing line from the Aston into the braking zone. This time the corner will be in his favour, and the move looks as though it's been successfully taken onto the bottom of the boot. And indeed, the car number 1, Jeremy Ricciardo, has moved up into P4. And 30 seconds behind Raphael. Raphael's only 2 seconds behind Fenning, and Tugbert Badisemi currently leads the way by 20 seconds in the 737 car. So Ivan Goreganov has dived into the pits. Robbie Robstra currently in P12 in the normal guys team. Where is Christopher Gedman's back out? It is still going strong in P23. It's just been lapped by Robbie Robstra as well. Although, yeah, Christopher Gedman has dived quite deep into the corner and gone very wide on the exit of the corner as well. Yannick Plus has moved ahead of Goreganov into P16 now with that pit. He still has 27 seconds to claw back on Bella, and Felgen now is 8.2 seconds behind German Lind, the Argentinian, in front in car number 387. As Felgen is desperately trying to unlap himself, and looks as though that move has been made on the Porsche. Lucas still hasn't fallen back too much. Just the 19 hours to go, Chica. Yes. Yes. When's your next stint in the car, Ian? As Felgen is desperately trying to make his way back up through the grid. Belagadjan's had an off in the McLaren in P15, so that's going to bring Yannick Plus even closer. Yeah, it's probably time to avoid the curbs at all costs. I can't actually hear the game that much, so I'm just going to bump up some of the volume to hopefully see some of the car noises to fill when I'm not talking. 3 AM I think. It depends on if Chris crashes for the 100th time. Well, Ian, I'm going to drag you into the comms chat because it would be quite nice to hear from you. But you're all the way up there, so if you can go into the interviews channel and just have a bit of a chat, it'd be nice to. You've had a couple of stints in the car, and just nice to hear what your team have experienced so far of this race. Manuel Novak is now starting to claw back. He's moving off the racing line. The white dry racing line has started to appear again. It disappeared for quite some time. Marcel Kreis has gone a little bit slowly. Manuel Novak is within a couple of tenths of the car in front, so Maxim Oberin is looking to have to fend as they go up through the top of the hill in towards the bus stop. Give me 15 minutes, I'm in the bath. Yeah, definitely don't want you touching yourself when you're talking to me. That would be not very nice. So Maxim Oberin has lost the position. He's dropped down into P10. Andreas Beer is now looking to try and gain that position back from Maxim Oberin. Beer had when he was in the practice server last night, he was parked on the outside, on the inside of turn 1 for about half an hour, just chilling. So quite glad to see that Andreas is now moving on track, and has definitely progressed up the field. The team has gained 14 positions since the restart. Ooh. God, got some indigestion. Davide Scolari is now chasing Alan Brown. Alan Brown's gone very wide through the corner as they head through the final corner of the track. That's going to give Davide an opportunity to chase down. This is Baruco, I think, was in the car earlier, but Davide is looking to try and make the move. There's an awful lot of fast cars probably outside their position of on their ideal position of the grid. Andreas Barr is now pushing car through. Marcel Kraus has got a yellow flag to his name, but I want to stay on this battle because potentially Andreas Beer is going to make the move down into turn 1. He's going to try and outbrake the Porsche. The Porsche holds a sensible line and Andreas Beer makes the safe pass. So Andreas Beer now moves up into P10. Maxim Oberin has lost a couple of positions in the last couple of laps. One to Manuel Novak and the second to Andreas Beer. Terence Keenan is, with that extra pit stop which they've had to do for fuel, is now starting to chase down the cars in front. Belagadjan is parked on the outskirts. He has to be careful of where he goes. Trying to see, yeah, there's an Italian job car by the looks of things. So Belagadjan is now in striking distance of Yannick Plus, who's now moved to a couple of tenths. Alan Brown has been passed by Davide Scolari, just trying to. Oh no, they're passing each other by the looks of things as they head up the hill. Davide has indeed made that move. So Aston Martin versus Aston Martin. Aston Martin wins. and he's moved up to P17. So they've lost 11 positions since the start. Brown has lost 8. Siliav has lost 4 positions. Car 14. Where's car 14? Position 14. So Marcel Cruz. So we just saw a few laps ago. He's having a white flag, so a little bit of a go slow. Currently 21 seconds behind Terence Keenan and 13. 26 seconds in front of Belagadjan. Fastest lap so far has been a 53.8 of this stint. So that's quite good progress. Kreis has gained 6 positions since the restart. I will attempt to do a livery sync before the next time I come onto comms, because ideally we don't want to see as many black cars as possible. But Terence Keenan is now looking to try and make a move on Robbie Robster as they go down the start-finish straight. This is Merc on Merc action. Luke Amaral has also lost a couple of positions. Is Terence Keenan going to make the move? No, he is not. He's backed off quite considerably. Yeah, Robbie is absolutely flying. He's been fantastic. And so was Craig Hill. Chris Sauter had a good stint. So yeah, all the drivers are doing really well. So Luca Amaral did gain a bit by looks of things, and then has fallen back considerably. So Robbie Robstra is just batting off the Irish potato behind. Just see the difference in speed of how they can take the bus stop. They might be, but I'll still see if I can do a livery sync. Chris, what happened with your stint? You had a little bit of flappy bonnet syndrome. Robbie Robster is trying to defend from Terence Keenan. Terence Keenan is going to want to try and make as much progress as possible, as quickly as possible, to try and get back in the top 10. Will probably be their first aim, and then see how far they can progress towards the podium positions. Belagadjan's dived into the pits. That's given a position back to Curve. Made me go wee into the wall. Yeah, they'll do that, especially in the wet at the moment. They are absolutely frightening, seeing so many cars have an untimely death due to a wet curb. Let's go into the braking zone for the final corner. This time it looks as though Terence Keenan has the edge as they go in down towards the first corner. Moves out of the slipstream. Is he going to think about making a late braking manoeuvre? No, he is not. He backs off, and probably sensibly so, and hopes that the move can be made up the hill towards the bus stop. It looks as though they are definitely side by side going up the hill. The car will drift across to the right hand side, and the Irish Potato has made the move on the Robstra, and Terence Keenan is now up to P12, 12 seconds behind Maxim Oberin. Mercedes won. But look at the amount of slide that Terence willing to risk through the bus stop. I suppose that's the difference between the aliens and the mere mortals. If I slide, I'm off into the wall. Luca Gione is having a white flag and a blue flag, as he's just been lapped by Marco Kelly. I think they may have gone onto wet tyres again, judging by the fact he's starting to move off the racing line once more. To try and get more of the wet stuff when he's on a straight. Felgen's, Christopher Gedman's got a yellow flag. Felgen's looking to make a move into the position, try and get back into the top 20. So Felgen decides to drop back a little bit and not make the move this time. So German Lind is his potential victim, starting to come in, and if he managed to pass German, then he's got Stanislav Hunaday in P19 in front as well. So starting to come into places where he can start to overtake cars. I think that was BMW behind who's moved into off the racing line to get some wet stuff on their tyres, but someone who's not looking to get any wetness is Felgen. As you got the BMW again, you can see Felgen thinking about the move into the turn 1. For God's sake. 999 crashes left before a driver swap. It looks as though Felgen's definitely got the pace as he heads down towards the bus stop. You have the inside line. The BMW seems to have the power with the Lamborghini, but Felgen's superior pace has managed to get in that position. He moves up into P20, only 3.2 seconds behind Stanislav now. You can see there in the McLaren, and you can see Felgen just behind, not too far behind as well. Nick Langer is under pressure from Tom Curtin. Tom Curtin has been in a lot of different battles so far. A little bit of contact, I think, with Nick Langer as well. Drivers seem to be moving off the racing line quite regularly. I assume this is potentially down to tyres, but Nick Langer is certainly under pressure from Tom Curtin behind. Another Aston Martin on Aston Martin action. Is this a difference in tyre temperatures potentially, or tyres between wet and dries, and different drivers taking different strategies, and then start the pit stops, and then starting to ebb and flow between them? Because Nick Langer definitely looks a little bit slower than Tom Curtin. Last lap was about 2 seconds pace difference between the two drivers, so Nick Langer is certainly struggling. Tom Curtin starts to close in at the braking zone. Look how deep Nick Langer had to run through the corner. We'll have the inside line for the left-hander. Tom Curtin's going to try and go the long way around the outside. Will be able to go the long way around the outside. Superior grip and drive. And Tom Curtin makes a move up into P5. That's a great move by the Irishman. Andreas Bier is now right behind Manuel Novak as well. Manuel has to move off the racing line, so that to me says he's on wet tyres, whereas Andreas Bier appears like he's not, because he's staying on the racing line and is able to just stay there. Lap times are a lot slower than what was appearing in practice. We've had a 49.1 has been our fastest lap so far. Robbie Robster is now right behind and fighting with Maxim Oberyn for P12. Terence Keenan's already made that move on him. And the Porsche is certainly under pressure from the Mercedes. So that as they go through the final corner, the Mercedes will try and have the slipstream going down into turn 1. We've got Luca again on the wets, moving off the racing line, as we saw in the first hour. Porsche goes very wide, and Robbie Robster has managed to make that move stick as they head up towards the the hill. Robbie Robster has moved up to P12. That's a fantastic overtake on Maxim Oberyn. Maxim had a very, very, very slow last lap at 2 minutes 0.9. Robbie Robster was 3.8 seconds faster. Marcel Kraus is now 24 seconds behind Maxim. Robbie is 6.5 seconds behind Terence Keenan. However, Terence is going to try and make the move on Andreas, but Andreas wants to also make the move on Manuel Novak as well. These two drivers are lapping pretty much similar time. They have the Aston Martin of Alan Brown in front, which will be a lap car. Oh, very twitchy there from Manuel Novak and the Advisor Racing Team car. So thank you for everyone who is tuning in. Alan Brown moves directly off the racing line. Manuel Novak is on the racing line. There's Tugboat coming through to lap the two drivers. He'll also have to pass Manuel Novak. Will Andreas Beer try and take advantage of that as he starts to move up the hill? Because if Manuel eases off before the bus stop, that's going to give an opportunity for Andreas to close in quite quickly. Tugboat does pass there, so that, as you can see now, is into the braking zone. Manuel Novak should be within spitting distance of Andreas Beer. Andreas Beer has gained significantly, back within a second now between himself and Manuel Novak. Sound of that new Corsa is quite something else. Faster driver coming through on the side. That's going to give Andreas Beer the opportunity. Manuel Novak completely shuts down that gap straight away. You see cars are still spraying water out their backs. Nick Langer's dived into the pits. Again, probably earlier than scheduled. Let's have a look. See who's potentially running close to their stint timers. Nick Langer has 17 minutes left of their stint, so potentially something has gone wrong. Alan Brown's got another 17 minutes left. Luca's only got 15 minutes left. The majority of the drivers still have 30 minutes left of their stints, including Tugboat Badisemi. Fending Christoph has 33 minutes as well, so they'll be pitting in around the same time. Manuel Novak starting to struggle through the final, second to last corner. Both run wide onto the curbs. Straight away off the racing line down the start-finish straight. It's 19 degrees in the shed. Nick Langer's pit stop is dropping him back significantly. Terence Keenan is also gaining on this battle because he is now only 3.5 seconds and will be appearing in the rear view mirrors of the BMW in the not too distant future. As you can see him at the bottom of the hill starting to move up, but Manuel Novak is under considerable pressure from Andreas Beer. Andreas Beer in P9, less than 0.2 of a second behind. Felgen is now... Alan Brown's dived into the pits to serve his pit stop. He had 17 minutes left of his stint, if I remember correctly, from what I just saw 2 minutes ago. But I doubt that extremely, if I remember rightly. Jeremy Ricciardo and Raphael. Raphael is going to try and make the move down into turn 1, and that move has been licked and sent. So Jeremy Ricciardo, running with 53.1s at the moment, is faster than the two guys ahead of him, but the Boatley is motoring along quite nicely in car number 1. It's the only thing I don't like about this Porsche. The rear camera isn't the best. Terence Keenan is now only a couple of only a second behind these two. So Andreas must be thinking, I need to make this move pretty quickly in order to not be under pressure from behind. Manuel Novak moves right off the racing line down the start-finish straight. BMW and Mercedes stay planted on the racing line. You see the Aston Martin behind as well, also moving off the racing line. So as Andreas Beer runs extremely wide, that's going to give Terence Keenan the impetus to go up the inside. Terence Keenan doesn't need to be asked twice, and he's moved up to P9. I'm not sure what's happened to Andreas, but his pace has definitely dropped off. He's going to have a blue flag car pass him on the inside by the looks of things. But yeah, definitely he's dropped back off quite considerably. And Terence Keenan has indeed passed Indeed passed Manuel Novak, and he's moved up into P8. He's 33 seconds now behind Luca Amaral, who's in P7. Not a good sign at 9 o'clock if I'm yawning, is it? But here is our leader in the lime green Aston Martin, in the lead by 35 seconds over Fenning Christoph. In the BMW, moves straight again. I assume Fenning's on wet tyres because he's having to move off the wet line, off the dry line quite quickly. Jeremy Ricciardo, one of our drivers who's probably making the biggest move since the pit stops, he's now up to P3 with Raphael demoted down into P4, 5 seconds behind. Tom Curtins remained largely consistent in P5. Dimitris in the Porsche in P6. Luca Amaral in P7. Terence Keener trying to do a bit of a recovery drive in P8. Manuel Novak in P9. Andreas Beer is 0.7 second behind him in P7. Definitely faster, but yet to manage to make a move. When we got Robbie Robster in P11, with Ryan O'Sullivan now in P12 in the Aston Martin. Maxim Oberon in P13. Marcel Kraus in P14. Yannick Proust in P15. Again, one of the drivers who is desperately trying to make that recovery drive. Davide Scolari in P16. Siliev in P17. Felgen in the Bricks Racing team, who were leading, and unfortunately had a pedal issue. They're in P18. German Lind in P19. He's under they're under pressure by Stanislav Hunaday behind in the McLaren, and the McLaren makes that move into the bus stop like the BMW isn't even there. So that was a fantastic move by Stanislav. Daniel Williamson in P21 in the team. Chris Jones, Alan Brown, and Nigel Longdon. So they're trying to recover again after the wall spat Chris Jones out. Then we got Gianmarco Palladino in P22. Jordan Rose there, he's been up and their team have been up, down, left and right. They're in P23. Christopher Gedman is in the pits. And Luca Gione, one of the drivers, again went on the wet tyres and seems to be struggling. They're in P25. So Manuel Novak and Andreas Beer are still going at it. Manuel Novak again has to move off the racing line, but they're going to be given company by the Mercedes again behind of Robbie Robson. No! Andreas Beer! Andreas Beer makes contact with the rear end of Manuel Novak, sent the driver into a spin, and also managed to collect Robbie Robson. Andreas Beer has just disappeared like nothing's happened. Oh, I think they might be reported and the stewards might be called into action, because Andreas definitely made contact with the back of Manuel Novak. Novak now in P11 and probably has some damage to the rear of the car, plus some side damage after the contact with Robbie Robster as well. The Mercedes itself now has moved up into P10. They're having a fantastic race. No obvious damage, but Ryan O'Sullivan is looking to make the move now on Manuel Novak, and that move is very, very simple because Manuel Novak's just decided to drive off into the grass. And I can't help but think that might be down to the damage that it's caused. Felgen's also looking to make these passes. Let's have a look and see who may be next for a pit stop. Luca Gione will be the next scheduled pit stop in the next 7 minutes. And then you've got Maxim Oberon, who's got 10 minutes until their pit stop as well. So rest of the grid have more than 10 minutes before their stops need to be caused into action. So Raphael has fallen 14 seconds behind Jeremy, and that move has just been sent in by Tom Curtin, who Tom Curtin moves up to P4. So well done, Tom. Raphael is definitely having some issues. He was 5 seconds slower that last lap, so that move came from well, I don't think anyone could expect it. Foam Twiddler. And Lurchie's Holy Moly, Alakazam. Here we go again. So if any of the Stewart team are listening, if any penalties are put in, if you can let me kindly know in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated. But the fight for P4, so Tom Curtin now has to chase down Jeremy Cardo, who was 14 seconds in front of him. And that was a battle that was brought on earlier in the race, but Andreas Beer caused a definite implication with Manuel Novak, who's currently in P12, which then Robbie Robster, because they was in very close proximity, ended up being involved in. Robbie, you probably don't want to take that line through the corner. You hear some screeching of tyres as well from Andreas, which is definitely slowed him down. Robbie, it looks as though he's also on the wet tyres and has moved off the racing line. Davide is under pressure from a flying Aston Martin, and so much flying, he's absolutely got a drifting past him down the straight. However, they are now side by side. I thought Evan Sidiav would have had that move done into turn 1 because of his exit speed. Luca Gione has dived into the pits. Rowdy Burns is taking control of car 9, 9 and 9. But car number 42 is definitely, it got so much more pace. Hoping for rain in my first stint. Well, so far, since the restart, there has been rain continuously, as car number 42 has made the pass on Davide Scolari into the bus stop. So car number 18, so Manuel Novak's come in to get some damage repaired. Robbie Robstra and Andreas Beer are still going. I'll have a look for car... Robbie Robstra's breezed into P9. And I've made a big mistake by not bringing a drink in with me. Oh. I'll leave you with the camera whilst I get a drink. 2 seconds. So, I've returned. Sorry about that, I ran out of voice. So, Robbie Robster now seems to be up into P7. I'm assuming that's down to pits. Maxim Oberin has had, it needs a pit stop in the next couple of minutes. And Terence Keane has worked his way up into P6. So, car number 18, so that is Tom Curtin. Ah, right, okay. That's why you were interested in that one. So we've got Yannick Peteshki has taken over the car from Manuel Novak, and he had a bit of an off. They've dropped down into P17. So yes, Tom Curtin's done very, very well from Twiddler. And yeah, I'm not sure what the schedule's looking like for rain. So if you could let me know, that would be brilliant. Oh. So I've come back with a bottle of water, a cup of tea, and a donut. And Yannick's gone off again at the second to last corner. So definite problems since Yannick's taking control of the car, and looks as though that there's been enough damage to cause for another pit stop as well. And that will not be good news for Yannick, but what that will mean is great news potentially for Felgen, because he is going to gain a position without having to make a move. So he moves up into P17, 33 seconds now behind Davide in P16. So these drivers who've made a mistake and have fallen down a couple of positions, and now starting to climb up through the grid quite quickly. Yannick Plus now is 1.7 seconds behind Marcel Kraus. We've also got Daniel Williamson was showing has just made the move on Stanislav, who's dived into the pits. So Yannick Plus now within 0.7 of a second of Marcel Kraus. It is, if anyone's interested, I've got a lovely donut. I can't remember what it's called. It's got a hippo on the top of it. It's stale. Not quite sure why Marcel is getting flashed by Yannick. He's not just going to give away the position. That's how you take the position. That was a brilliant move. There's some damage there. So Oberyn needs to pit in the next minute. Luca Amaral needs to pit in the next 5 minutes. Just being passed by an Aston Martin. Who else is in danger and needs to pit soon? So David Hill has now taken control of car number 25 in the Porsche. Axon Oberyn has had to make a slow movement and to dive into the pits, and he'll be hoping he can brake in time, but that car doesn't seem in the best of conditions in terms of connections right now. Interesting and worrying. So Daniel Williamson, yes, is indeed 51.9 was his last lap, and that is currently the fastest car on track by an absolute country mile, by almost 2 seconds. Go Danny boy. There's a lot of work to do to manage to gain the positions, but it's 2.2 seconds now behind German Lind. They're on the exact equal amount of pit stops. Jordan Rose is in P22. Maximilian Bacher, who was fighting for the top 3 positions earlier, now is in P9, but they've completed an extra pit stop. And need to stop drinking the water and drink more tea. So Daniel Williamson, let's have a look. He's looking to pass German Lind as they go through the exit of the corner, and that move has been made with complete and utter ease. And he's also managed to pass Felgen as well. And I have no idea what's happening with Felgen, but he seems to be going very, very slowly. Has tyre gone pop? But that does not look healthy. It looks like the left tyre again on the car has gone pop. Yannick Plusas has dived into the pits as well. Robbie Robstra is all over the back of Maximilian Bacher. Don't know how, because Maximilian is one of these drivers in the 51s as well. So potentially, it was a move. Yeah, it was a move made by Maximilian on Robbie. And Maximilian is flying. And Petschka's moved up ahead of Velgen. That car did not sound healthy as it went into the pits. Luke Amaral has moved into the pits as well in P6, which promotes Terence Keenan up into P5. And they seem to be on pace with what Tugbert is doing in front, so an opportunity to follow and potentially pass. Oh, yellow flag for Terence Keenan. Terence Keenan has met wall. He seems to be taking the Pirelli sign with him as well. And I think that's a bit more extreme than flappy bonnet syndrome. Davide Scolari's got a yellow flag as well, as we've got Riley Burns who's parked on the side too. And Davide Scolari is bouncing all over, so yeah, there's a few gasping bonnets as well. Hello Melka. Didn't you fancy joining for endurance fun? But these two, as we've got the leader coming through as well. No, it's not. It's that's the BBR team, but they've popped through. Jordan Rose has passed Giancomo Palladino as they go down into turn 1. Jordan's pace is pretty good. Chris Vizza has taken control of the Lamborghini. So it looks as though any problems with that car have been fixed. These two cars are dancing round. Terence Keenan has indeed made it to his pit with his gasping bonnet. Let's have a look and see who has to pit next. So Terence Keenan's coming to serve his pit stop. Robstra's got 9 minutes left. Jeremy Ricardo's got 10 minutes left as well. And all the drivers who haven't stopped for their second time have round about 10 minutes left. So we'll probably be seeing some stops soon. Ryan O'Sullivan under pressure from Maximilian Bacher. Oh, that's Tom Curtin. Looks as though Bacher has definitely got the bit between his teeth. And Ryan O'Sullivan is being forced to defend quite vehemently as they head towards Sector 3 of this track. And the pace difference between these two well, 6/10 on the last lap, but Bakker is crawling all over the back of Ryan O'Sullivan, and that move looks like he's going to try and make it down into turn 1. We've got the Italian job car just in the foreground. Ryan O'Sullivan still manages to defend the position, but he is going drifting through the corner, and that is contact, which has pushed Ryan right off into the wall. He was losing it through turn 1. He was drifting sideways, and then Bakker drives into the side of him. Not sure what much could have been avoided, but it's still very, very, very unfortunate. Sven Christoph has gone into the pits. Just under 19 hours left. Ryan O'Sullivan's lost another position as Robbie Robster goes drifting through the corner. He's got a rapid Lamborghini behind him, who he knows already is a couple of laps down. Benek is taking control of the ERS car. They've come back out in P12. It was a terrific stint from Terence Keenan after having to complete 2 stops. Unfortunate end with that expedition into the wall. So Fenning comes back out into P4. Maximilian Bakker is just going down the start-finish straight now. Andreas Beer has had a yellow flag and has dropped a position behind Lucas Amaral. Robbie Robster has gone slowly and is hoping to break in time for the pit board, which I hope he has. So currently occupying last place is the Porsche, after taking a few trips. Roberto Costa has he's got that car from Davide, and again he has some flappy bonnet syndrome. Andreas Beer dives into the pits with Jeremy Ricciardo in front to serve their pit stop. So the leader has another 7 minutes to complete the pit stop. Robstra is in the pit stops. Andreas Beer is in the pit stops. Jordan Rose got 7 minutes. Giacomo Palladino has 10 minutes until their pit stop is due. So, will there be any driver changes? And will there be any more twists and turns? And this epic 24 hours of Watkins Glen. I almost lost my voice from choking on thin air. So I'm hopefully you're quite pleased to have me back. Tom Curtin's also gone into the pits as well, to serve their pit stop. Looks like car is serving a pit stop. Maximilian Bakker is pushing as Jeremy Ricciardo is coming out of the pits now. So Bakker moves up to P4. Tom Curtin's coming out of the pits as well. Ryan O'Sullivan is just going down now into turn 1, currently in P6, but does have to, I think, has to do another stop. Robbie Rob's just gone for a second stint in car number 2. Currently in P9, and will potentially be hoping to get towards the top 7 drivers towards the end of this stint, potentially, depending on what happens with Ryan in front and any further dramas. Johnny Mannheim's come in the car for his first stint. They've managed to claw their way back up to P12. They are actually only one position behind where they were at the restart. So, trying to figure out what's lost and gained between the drivers. But Johnny is definitely a very, very, very quick man. He's 13 seconds behind Benek, who I have to be friends with because he's been giving me weather updates. And Benek is now 4.3 seconds behind Siliev in P10. So that battle is starting to condense in the middle. Daniel Williamson again seems to be one of the fastest cars on the track at the moment. He's 5.2 seconds behind Sebastian Alexander Nud. Yeah, I'll go with Nud. And Giacomo Palladino is 1.5 seconds behind Aaron Holloway. Ryan O'Sullivan has 36 minutes left of his stint, so they won't be pitting anytime soon, but one driver will have to pit, probably at the end of this lap, is Tugboat Badisemi. He has got less, I think he's less than 3.5 minutes left of his stint, so that will have to probably be a pit stop in the not too distant future. Hill is starting to close down on Ryan O'Sullivan as well in the fight for P6. So lap times has dropped down a little bit. I seem to have been joined by someone in the chat. Hello, Mr. Woodward.
Good evening, Mr. Williams. How are we doing?
I'm not too bad. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Just reclined my chair.
I think you might need to. I think you might also need to take some antidepressants as well, don't you?
Yes.
How is Chris? How is Chris's pride feeling?
How was who?
Chris's pride feeling.
In all fairness, the weather has been crazy.
What is the weather like at the moment? It's obviously. Is it
saying
greasy
the
or?
track's damp. It's damp at the minute, but it's how often the rain comes and goes. I mean, 1 minute it's damp, 30 minutes later it's dry, and then 30 minutes later it's greasy.
But it seems to be, from what I can see, it seems to be continuous rain.
It is continuous rain at the minute, but the track's not getting wet. It's staying at that horrible damp.
It's the rain you really get wet in.
Yeah, but they're not. It's not wet enough to go wet, but it's too wet to stay on dries.
I'm just going to interrupt you there. It looks as though David Hill's going to make a move on Ryan O'Sullivan down into turn 1. This is the Porsche seems to be struggling on the top end speed. However, David Hill's got that car hooked up, sends Ryan O'Sullivan wide at turn 1, and he's moved up into P6. Ryan O'Sullivan will try and rejoin and will have to filter back in behind the Porsche as they head up towards the hill, towards the bus stop, and it looks as though David's got that move nailed. Sorry about that. That was a moment of excitement for me.
Not a problem, mate. Not a problem.
But Rowdy also had has had a few incidents as well. I saw some flappy bonnet syndrome.
Yes, he had an incident, a slide through the bus stop, and he waited for a gap in the queue of cars that was coming. Managed to get the car turned round, and then as he's gone to set off again, he's lit the rears up, and the car's just spun on the spot. And as he's turned round, there's been an accident coming through the exit of the bus stop.
Yeah, I think that was Davide's team, wasn't it? Well,
yeah.
Smiley said in the chat, to tell Woody he needs to be on dries. We're doing dries on 51s, 28 PSI all around.
Yeah, I don't even know what we're on. A minute, let me go and have a look.
Right. Well,
we are on dries.
Right, Daniel Williamson is probably one of the fastest cars on track at the moment. He's in P16. He's starting to really motor through the field. He's only half a second behind Sebastian Alexander at the moment. I can't see his surname because his name's too bloody long. But that's a fight for P15. Did you hear me almost die in the chat as well?
What, me?
No, on the comms.
No.
I started choking on thin air.
That's That's what happens when you waffle.
Oh, I don't think I don't think I've stopped talking.
No. At least it gives your fingers a rest from all that typing you were doing earlier when we had a server issue.
Yeah, well, I had a brief interview with Keddy, and I just said, "How's your stress levels now?"
Yeah, has your blood pressure come down
Well,
again?
the thing is, Keddy generally doesn't swear.
Williamson's all over the back of the Porsche coming down the run to the bus stop.
Yeah, is he gonna? He's definitely got the straight line
Definitely
speed.
got the run, yeah.
But he's gonna have to go around the long. No, he doesn't even have to go around the long way. He's just drifted, breezed past him into P15.
I think the Porsche did the right thing and backed out there.
There has been, what I've noticed, there's been a lot of more sensible drivers when considering, am I going to fight this position? Or nah, mate, it's an endurance race, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's the case as well. We've sort of done that as well. Well, if there's a car there and it's quicker than us, just let him go.
Yeah.
Sit in the toe for half a lap. You might gain a couple of tenths, you might not gain anything, but you're not going to gain anything by holding him up.
Yeah, and I think, I might say this is controversial now, I think the people who are racing at the moment, and I'm not saying anything bad against the people who chose not to race after the restart, after the server issues at the beginning, but the people who are racing at the moment just want to participate in an event which lasts for 24 hours.
Yeah, I think that is the case as well. I'm hoping that we can get at least back on the same lap as P24.
Yeah.
Over the next 18 hours and just not finish last, if I'm honest.
Yeah, well, Luca and his team in the Honda have had a few issues. I think they were on the wrong tyres at the beginning of the race.
Well, funny you should say that. We were on the wrong tyres at the start of the race.
What was the conditions, dry or wet?
It was rain. It was like the clouds are now, broken up clouds with the 3 lines. And then in 10 minutes time there was a plus, and then at the half an hour mark there was no rain.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was a minus rain, and we couldn't decide, and Chris was doing the restart and he decided he'd feel more comfortable on the wets in a greasy condition. Oh, drive through for car 180 for overdoing his stint time.
Oh, right. So they've just...
it must have been by seconds
because he was
as
just
the
pulling
penalty
into
come
the
up,
pits.
he's into the pits. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've just seen Giacomo Palladino just dive into the pits now. So
yeah, the penalty come up just before the pit indication come up next to his name.
I think
he must have been seconds.
Absolute seething. The lap times as well. There's some. How you find one of the things I've noticed, or one of the things I've observed, is Luca Amaral is looking to has made the move potentially for P7 on Ryan O'Sullivan, and they have car number 74 has moved up into P7, and Ryan O'Sullivan's dropped down to P8. Robbie Robstrom now is 43 seconds behind P8 at the moment. Tyres, obviously it's a choice, it's a flip of a coin sometimes between dries and wets, but are you finding there's a lot of degradation?
The stint I did early on is I think we started with the wet and we went through the roof. And I pitted after 30 minutes. I hit the wall and picked up 15 seconds of damage. That's after a certain Mercedes didn't hold the brakes.
Who was that? Robbie. Oh, right, okay.
So the incident on the exit of the bus stop?
Yes.
Yeah, the car spun in front, he went on the inside, I went on the outside, he got clipped, he spun round, and I think he was genuinely trying to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Because I was well off track, so it was one of them, it is what it is. There's no... Luckily he didn't send me off track, because I was already well off track anyway.
Daniel Williamson's just made a minor excursion off track, so potentially that's the tyres in the dries starting to struggle. It looks as though there isn't a dry racing line anywhere to be seen now on the track as well.
Track's still damp.
Hmm.
But yeah, have you noticed how quick the dry line comes back now, though?
Yes.
After the update, it comes back very quick.
Hmm.
But I'm hoping, fingers crossed, and I am hoping that the weather eases off for the night stints.
Yes. Yes. So what time am I driving? I'm driving at 3:30 next.
Let's have a look what time I'm next in the car. I'm next in the car at 1 o'clock.
Right. So Derek will
Oh
be
no,
in the car.
no, I'm not. Tell a lie. No, 11 o'clock I'm in. 11 till 1 I'm in.
Well, I'll be hopefully trying to find a corner on the sofa to fall asleep into, or maybe my chair. I haven't quite decided yet which one. But
Hang
yeah.
on. No, I think it's changed again. No, I'm in 1 till 3.
Well, Johnny Manoram. So one of the things as well you have to be mindful of. There's a couple of very, very, very quick drivers who are making their way from positions which they would not have expected to be in. So the mission.
Car 52 is one as well.
Yeah, so that's Chris Fizzer. You've got car 42. And probably car 331. They were fighting. Well, Rafa Campos was leading since after the restart for quite a bit of time. Johnny Manoram's now just managed to move up into P11. They're 23 seconds now behind Ben Eck. I'm trying to figure out if the restart has been good for them or bad, because they're currently on par with their position they were when they started the race. But originally they were probably been in the top 3 or 4 drivers on the grid in terms of outright speed.
I'll tell you one driver that has surprised me is Tug in P1.
Yeah.
How consistent he's been.
I think real life racing has changed him.
Does he race in real life?
Yeah.
Ah, what cars does he race? Do you know?
Porsches, but Porsches or Audis or something. But he's been.
I know he work. Doesn't he work for Audi?
He does, and he's been practicing the Nordschleife.
Ah, nice.
So he took a bit of a break, and then he came back. He's come back again, and he seems to be absolutely rapid.
Yes, he does. In all fairness.
But I also think Tug is very, very quick when he's out in the lead.
Yes. And they've got quite a substantial lead, I believe, haven't they?
30 seconds so far from Thomas Lanier.
Nice.
Thomas Lanier is taken over from Fenning Christoph in the BMW. They are lapping 52.3. Tug, last lap was a 51.4. Fastest lap of the race so far is a 49.1. So they're still some way off that, and some way off the pace in the dry as well. So,
No, yeah, it's fun.
yeah,
As 24-hour races normally are.
yeah, yeah. Stress levels are slowly dropping down.
Yes. How are you finding the obviously, because you've done a couple of 2 1 hour stints, have you done so far?
I only did 1 hour. Did you see my end of my 1 hour stint?
I didn't see the end of it. No, is that the
You've
picture
seen the
in the Discord?
Yeah, you've seen the photo of the end
Of the hungry Mercedes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't look very straight.
No, it was not my finest moment in sim racing. I just didn't know. It was that kind of moment where you're like, I have nowhere to go. So there was a car parked across the centre of the start finish straight. There was Fulvio on my left hand side lapping me, and there was a small gap on the right hand side. That small gap was not as wide as my car. And
so you just clipped the car as you went through?
No, I full blown hit the centre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I can't.
That's like you said. It's where'd you go?
Yeah, Rowdy Burns has got a yellow flag. He's facing
he's
the
off
wrong
on the
way.
exit of turn 1.
How was his pedals?
They seem to be fine. That's going to slow 173 down through sector 1 though. Oh no, he's going quick enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, his pedals are fine. We don't think one of our drivers is going to make it because he woke up this morning and he felt like, as Chris describes, a boiled sock. He thought he had COVID,
Yeah.
So he did a test. Luckily, the COVID test come back negative. But he's not feeling great, so we've said to him, look, if you can, just jump in for the last stint.
Yeah.
Just to say, but looking at the grid, it's not really going to make a difference to the grid position anyway.
No. So Ryan O'Sullivan's going into the pits from P8. That's going to promote Robbie Robstra up into P8 now. Slightly out of sync with the other drivers. Robbie is still on the lead lap, incidentally. I think.
No,
I
he's
think
a lap down.
He's a lap down. So Tug is a lap ahead. That's promoted Ben Eck as well up into P9. He's only 2 seconds behind Robbie Robstra, and then we got Johnny Mannering as well, closing quite quickly on Ben Eck and Robbie Robstra in front. Daniel Williamson's going to try and go for chasing down Sebastian Alexander again. So after his little off-track excursion.
Yeah, how did you find the new tyre model?
I didn't like it at Snetterton. However,
No, I'll agree with that.
However, what I did notice is a lot of the drivers I was racing with at the time did not change tyres at their pit stop. I changed tyres on my pit stop, and I was passing people who are considerably a lot faster than me.
Yes, you were.
And
I was one of the people that never changed tyres, and I should have done.
yeah, so what I think is there is a lot bigger, whereas if you watch the faster drivers normally, and say their race laps are 1 minute 47, they are hitting 1 minute 47s for the entire hour.
Yeah.
Whereas now you'll probably notice a couple of 46s, 47s, and then they just all of a sudden go to a 54.
Yeah, I think they do get to the end of that working window and just drop off dramatically.
Ben Eck is just about to make a move on Robbie Robstra through the final corner. Down the start-finish straight, Ben Eck does have his nose in front and has filtered into the racing line directly in front of Robbie Robstra for turn 1. And Ben Eck and Terence Keenan, Rafa Campos and Alex Zekdal have now moved up into P8. So the recovery drive continues, although they've got 44 seconds to chase down Luca. I suppose what they'll be hoping for is somewhere around P4, P5, I think, to consider this a decent race for them.
What, Ben Eck?
Yeah. Yeah, I think with no issues they would be in the top 4 or 5 drivers. Luca Amaral is also right on the back of David Hill. David Hill we saw make a move a couple of laps ago, I think. Yeah, it was on Luca. And now Luca's managed to bring his car back into working order, and now he's all over the back of the Porsche. And does moving off racing line actually cool your tyres anyway?
I've not noticed it, to be honest, but I don't think the track's wet enough to do that.
Oh, Luca's David Hill's gone off wide round turn 1, which allowed Luca to make the move up into P6, so that position has been returned. Next for Amaral, he's got 28 seconds to Bellotti in P5. Yeah, sorry, I interrupted you. You don't think?
Yeah, I don't think the track's got wet enough to warrant doing that. People have been doing it. We've seen people do it, but I don't think the track's got enough standing water off the racing line yet.
No.
The start of the restart did have quite a lot of water, but it dried out very quickly.
Yeah. Daniel Williamson is just coming out of his pits now for P6. Let's have a look and see if anyone is potentially due a scheduled stop. Nope, nobody's due another stop for at least another 30 minutes. I think Raven's joining comms at 10:30. And then I'm not sure what to eat, is what I'm saying.
I was going to order a takeaway in, but it's a bit late for a takeaway.
Well, it is and it isn't. It is in normal circumstances.
But it depends if you're looking at staying awake till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'm yet to figure out what time I'm going to sleep. Have you seen this Boatley?
Yes.
Currently in P3 with Slats, in car number 1, and they are absolutely rapid. Oh,
They're flying. I quite like the livery as well.
yeah, it's a very nice, nice
It's
livery.
like an autumny leaf pile of leaves.
My eyes are that bad, I can't see it. And I'm running off the OBS. Oh, I don't want to do that.
Ah, okay.
I'm running off the OBS screen, so it's absolutely tiny. Full screen projector. Oh yeah.
Robbie's got a broken Aston Martin in front of him by the look of it. Well, it's broken on my screen.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, that's Davide, who Rowdy had a collision with.
Surely he's pitted up. Surely he's pitted.
I swear they pitted.
Yeah, they did because we followed them in.
Yeah. Well, Robbie's just gone breezed past him. That's no, it's not Dominico.
Surely
It's
that's
Costa.
The
Roberto
windscreen's
Costa.
Yeah. Surely they've pitted. When did they? So I can have a look on Racing Short on when pit wall to see when they pitted.
25 minutes ago.
25 laps ago.
Oh, right, 25
When
minutes
did-
as well.
Oh yeah, so they pitted the same lap we did. So yeah, 13 laps, not 25. Yeah, they pitted the same lap as we did, so it must be my game, not of...
So Nigel
Refreshed.
Longden's taken control of the 792 car, or is about to take control over it. Aaron Halloway has moved himself up into P17 in the McLaren. Let's have a look. Just trying to figure out where the next fight is going to be. So Yannick Peteshk has dived into the pits. That's possibly a stop earlier than what he was anticipating in P20 because they still had 30 minutes left of the stint timer. So again, I'm not sure if this is damage or tyres or just generally someone wanted a nap.
Yeah, it's going to start getting to that point in the next couple of hours, isn't it?
Car 18 can now see P4. Nope, he's got to pass over as we lost the gears on Longden's wheel. So issues in the 792 car. Our car's stuck in gear for FFS.
The car's stuck in gear.
Yeah.
Is that his paddles not working, or is it the car that's gone kaput?
Well, I don't want to hope either scenario, to be honest.
No, I'd hope the car's gone kaput, as daft as it sounds, so he's not having to look at getting his wheel fixed or a new wheel. But I didn't think the mechanical like things on the game were that advanced, where the gearbox would go like that. I don't know. I know you can get like an engine warning light.
Yeah, and then you lose power on the straights.
But I don't think it'd go as far as staying in gear. You never know. Have they updated the damage model in that aspect as well?
Don't know. It's got to be a hardware issue.
It's got to be. I'd say it is anyway.
I'm reading the chat. This is no educated decision, so from Twiddler, as mentioned, it'll be a hardware issue. So Bellotti now is within 3 seconds of Bacher. Robbie Robstra isn't getting dropped off by Benek 1 inch.
Yeah, he's managed to keep up with him.
Which would be good for Robbie and his confidence, because he's just done a second. This is his 3rd hour of driving. He then has a little bit of a break until 10:30 tomorrow morning. So
Who's your next driver in the car?
Craig Hill.
Oh, is it Craig Hill getting back in?
Yeah, he's got a stint, and then it's Chris, then it's double of Craig, and then we go to 2 of Derek, 2 of James, 1 of Derek, 1 of James, 2 of Derek,
Oh.
1 of Chris.
You and Derek sharing the night shift.
Yeah, somehow I got volunteered to do it.
After the stress of the server issues, doing comms.
Yeah.
Nice.
I've got to do some actual physical work as well at some point.
Oh, you've got all afternoon tomorrow to do that.
I plan to sleep at some stage. So,
Sleep's overrated.
Oh, sleeps for when you're dead. I'm usually in bed by now. Alan Brown's now within 1 second of Roberto Costa with his dodgy bonnet. So it looks as though
He's
Alan.
all over the back of him.
It looks as though the gears seem to be working for Alan. Alan has some company in form of another Aston Martin directly behind him. So this is an Aston Martin freeway at the moment as they head down to the bottom of the boot.
42's Alan will be getting blue flags as well.
Yeah. So this is the kind of thing where you think, can I be tactful, allow the car that's fastening me through, and then take advantage when Roberto gets lapped. But
Yeah.
Alan's run very intentionally, I assume.
Yeah, I think he's. No, I don't know because he's not giving up.
Probably
I think
shouldn't.
he just lost the rear at turning, maybe. Had to catch the slide.
So we
But
got.
I think Brizzle will get a good if he can get a good exit here, he might get alongside into turn 1.
Yeah, so Game Hunter has just requested to see car number 19, so you can see Sebastian Alexander on screen now. I will join back with that battle in a moment because I want to stay with Alan Brown and Roberto Costa because Roberto seems to be struggling, especially through turn 1. Roberto's run wide through turn 1, which is going to allow Alan Brown to make a burst up the inside. Roberto's then had to concede the position to the lap car coming through. Alan Brown will also need to concede that position as well to the Aston Martin.
Wasn't Alan Brown behind that Aston a few laps ago?
I don't
So
know.
maybe he's unlapped himself.
Potentially, but that Aston.
We know Alan's quick in the Aston, and he has pulled out a bit of a gap.
He has indeed.
Maybe he has unlapped himself.
Who is that Aston? What number is it?
It is 42. Is Garanov, is it? Garanov?
Ivan Garanov, yeah, there he is. So he's in P15. So last lap for Garanov was a 58.2. Alan Brown's was a 53.9. I don't think that was.
I don't think that could be a reflection because they were caught behind 75, weren't they?
That Aston just unlapped themselves on us, car number 18. So Brizzle's absolutely flying. Bellotti's now within 2.5 seconds. Ryan O'Sullivan is within 3/10 of Florian Graf in the fight for P11. So this is going to hopefully build. But again, Robbie Robson's still only 2.5 seconds behind Ben Eck. That gap is not increasing.
He's dropped to 10th in 2 laps, so isn't bad.
Why car 19 has a penalty? I have absolutely no idea. They should be.
Car 19 doesn't have a penalty,
doesn't he?
No.
Oh, Ryan O'Sullivan's just made a very, very comfortable move on Florian Graf into the entrance of the boot section. I think Florian Graf might be thinking it was Bellotti and not.
He thought it was a car lapping.
Yes, because now he's defending Bellotti, and now he's just realised it in the final corner and gone out of the way. So, so what time's Chica on? He's on like 3 o'clock in the morning or something ridiculous like that, isn't he?
Yes, I believe he is. Yeah. I'll have a look at the sheet now.
So now Ryan O'Sullivan is only a second behind Johnny Manaram. So that Mercedes, the one thing it has is not got great tyre life.
Oh, was it not?
No, absolutely not.
Oh. See, I've only done a half-hour stint, and I've done an hour. No, Rowdy Burns did an hour when Chris's wheel played up.
Mm.
So yeah, I've only done an hour, a 30-minute stint. So I didn't have time to see what the tyre life was like.
Right, so Johnny
But,
Mannheim's gone very, very wide, which has allowed Ryan O'Sullivan just to absolutely breeze past. Ryan O'Sullivan's name moved back up into P10. We're going to go to the fight for P4 because Domenico Bellotti is now a second behind and almost gets collected by and almost collects Maximilian Bacher. So this again, it looks as though tyre life has come into tyre changes, tyre pressures is definitely coming into play here.
Yes.
Because there's just some extreme pace differences between drivers, which you might not have expected. Because Ryan O'Sullivan, he's not a slow driver by any means, but Johnny Mannheim is absolutely rapid.
Yeah, Johnny Mannheim is very quick.
As Bellotti's looking to try and make the move down into the final corner, which has pushed back up quite wide. Yeah, and Bellotti has an absolutely rapid straight line speed exit, and that move is going to be done and dusted before turn 1.
Oh! That was very close.
That was very, very close indeed, and Maximilian Bacher almost collected the back of Bellotti and was very lucky not to do so.
From the camera angle I had, it did look like there was contact. I'm surprised that Bellotti never spun there, or at least had a big slide.
Yeah. So,
but I like what Bacher did, and he got out the brakes, and he sort of sacrificed himself before making a big hit on the back of the Aston. I think if he'd have tried to stop in a straight line, it'd have took them both out.
Absolutely. Well, the next fight which we have on our radar is the fight for P8.
Oh, and look who it is. It's a familiar pink and purple Mercedes.
Yes, so the Eclipse Racing driver of Benek seems to have had a bit of a death in tyres potentially, but they're lapping very, very similar. Although Benek might have had a little bit of an off or a little bit of an issue because his last lap was a 56.7, whereas Robbie's was a 54.8. Benek seems to have had a better exit out from the final corner, out of turn 1, and powering up towards the bus stop has kept a comfortable 1 second difference. But that's something that's potentially brewing. But Bellotti now up into P4. His last lap was a 55.1, whereas Bacher's was a 57.5. So yeah, but Johnny Mannheim now is only 3 seconds. Florian Graf has 3 seconds to gain on him. Car 13 is showing as a yellow flag, which is Robin Bysaf. But I think that was allowing Luca Amaral to go through, and that's why he was going a little bit slow. Chris Frizzer's dived into the pits.
Yeah, I was going to say 52's just dived into the pit lane.
And Jordan Rose, I once had a player on FIFA which I bought as a youth player called Jordan Rose, and he was a left-footed defensive midfielder, and he was absolutely fantastic.
Well, James, it's been a pleasure to sort of bob in and keep you company for half an hour.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were going to stay.
No, I'm actually going to go and grab some food. All I've had all day is a share bag of crisps, which I shared between my left hand and my right hand.
Nice. Thank you for keeping me company.
Food. Are you on comms now until your stint?
No, I'm on comms for the next 25 minutes.
Ah, okay, yeah, because Raven jumps in, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a problem, mate. I will. I might catch up with you through the night if you're on comms, or obviously if you're between your driving or whatever.
Yeah.
Good luck, mate, and I'll catch up with you if not later on tonight. Early hours of the morning or tomorrow.
No worries, man. Good racing. Thank you for joining me.
Cheers, mate. No worries, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, it was nice to have some company. So thank you very much, Woody, for joining us. One of the drivers in car number 999. We're currently bringing up the rear of the grid. hoping not to finish last. Graf is now a couple of tenths behind Johnny Mannering, and that BMW, that Mercedes, is not behaving itself on the tyres. I'm not sure if I'm noticing it more on a personal note driving a Mercedes, but the Mercs definitely seem to have a problem with their tyre life and have a bigger cliff than most of the other cars that I've seen on the grid. So that's worrying for the remainder of the race. Looking towards pit stops, nobody is due one any time soon. Johnny's still got 20 minutes left of his stint. Holloway has got some company in Jordan Rose, just 0.2 of a second. Looks like Holloway has some problems with the front of his car. Jordan makes that move quite comfortably through into the bus stop and moves up into P16. Roberto Costa is also under pressure from Yannick Peteshk in P22. And again, Roberto Costa still has that issue with the front end of his car, which is causing him a severe amount of pace loss. However, last lap was a decent time of 54.8. However, down the start-finish straight, it looks as though Peteshk has a much better drive going into turn 1. Roberto Costa again runs wide. Peteshk in the Porsche has a much better exit as they head up the hill, and that move has been done for P21. Yannick has made progress back through the grid again. Roberto Costa continues to fall. Robbie Robson now within half a second of Benjamin Eck, back up to a second. He's definitely had a better exit from there. Alan Brown is all over the back of Robbie Robson, attempting to lap himself, so he's definitely got the bit between his teeth. And Robbie probably might be best just to allow him through, but he's focused on Ben Eck in front. You just don't want to have any collisions made on your cars. You can see Alan Brown's trying to brake a lot later into that corner, so it might be worth just kind of going, yeah, go on mate, have fun. You can bother with the car in front, but also Alan has to be mindful of the fact he doesn't want to collect a driver further up the grid than him. As Robbie runs quite deep through the corner. Alan Brown has indeed made that move through. And that's lost a couple of positions. So Alan Brown is now looking to lap Luca Ghione. That is quite simple. So car number 24, sorry, I was intending to look for it. I can't see car number 24. Quite wide there. Right, Florian Graf now is back to 1 second, 1.5 seconds behind Johnny Mannering. Robbie Robson is 2 seconds behind. The lead in front is almost at a minute. So Toba Badisemi on his second stint as he's drifting through the corner. That's not going to help his tyres. And then we got Thomas Lanier in P2, Martin Schleitz in Bentley in P3. Domenico Bellotti now has a gap of 1.7 seconds to Maximilian Bacher behind in P5. Luca Amaral in P6. David Hill in P7, 44 seconds now behind Luca. Benjamin Eck is just 1.7 seconds behind. He has Alan Brown attempting to unlap himself as well. Alan runs a little bit wide, which has brought Skylar Lovering back in. So that is actually for position between Skylar and Alan. So hopefully Ben Eck won't be caught up in it. But Alan Brown's defending the inside line. It's probably the first quicker driver that Alan's come against, and Skylar goes to the inside line round the corner and successfully makes that move as they head towards the final chicane. Ben Eck will also be quite mindful of the fact that Skylar's well known and quite a quick driver. And Skylar, he goes round the outside, makes the move, and he has moved comfortably past Benek. Alan Brown's also going to try and move past Benek, which he is going to do. Into turn 1, Alan again needs to make that move safely, and he has indeed. So Mercedes again is struggling with its tyres by the looks of things, and that move has successfully been done. But Benek now, it's not all bad news, because David Hill has to allow well, Alan Brown's going to breeze past down this straight, which he has done by the looks of things as they head towards the bus stop. So that's been done. So Ben now has to try and chase down David Hill. Ben is going to be under pressure from Robbie Robstra, and that's the fight for P7 at the moment. So Sky Lovering now has 7 seconds to catch up to Ignacio in P18. Then there's a big gap to Aaron. Jordan Rose now has just under a minute to chase down Ivan, and Florian Graf is still hunting down, or trying to hunt down Johnny Manoram, who's doing his best to try and get these tyres to last as long as possible. David Hill, oh gosh, I hate that rear camera on this new Porsche with its monster rear wing. So David Hill's struggling, Ben Eck is struggling. Ben Eck's gone very, very deep, which is going to put him under pressure from Robbie Robstra behind. Ben Eck will be able to have the inside line. Robbie Robstra decides to pull out of an elongated battle. They have 30 seconds to Ryan O'Sullivan behind. Ryan O'Sullivan's slightly out of sync in terms of pit stops and will ebb and flow between these drivers. Domenico Bellotti has got a yellow flag. He's gone off the track. Where is that? But he's having to do a multiple turn. So he's dropped now down to P5, back up and running, has to avoid the car on the outside. Luke Amara, well, is just coming through. So he's only 8-9 seconds behind potentially. Oh, no, 10 seconds behind. So Domenico Bellotti in car number 18 has had a bit of an off. Back up and running, no severe damage by the looks of things, but however he's gone very, very deep into that corner. Is that potentially a sign of the tyres dropping off? Robbie Robstra has moved up ahead of David Hill. David Hill has dropped another position. Robbie Robstra's gained 2. So Robbie Robstra is now up to P7. Epic. And David Hill's dropped down to P8. Benjamin Eck was originally challenged for P7, now he's in P9. Not sure if there was a slight issue with the Mercedes. He has, yeah, that tyres have gone. Absolutely, completely and utterly gone. Well, look, Ben's still got 16 minutes left of his stint. But the car looks completely undrivable. As we've got car 934 attempting to unlap himself from him. The car looks painful to drive. As Yannick is going to attempt to try and make a move down into turn 1. Ben Eck runs very wide and allows Yannick to go past quite comfortably. Luca Ghione has got a yellow flag, currently in P25, so that's allowed Rowdy Burns to get promoted. They've completed 5 pit stops so far. Luca Ghione has completed, the team has completed 4 in the Honda. Rowdy Burns is allowing a car to go past through that corner. Florian Graf's gap remains at 15 seconds. After all the work that Bellotti did to pass Maximilian Bacher, has now fallen 15 seconds behind after that off. Martin Schlatz is now 9.5 seconds behind Tamas. So the Boatley again is coming back into its own and starting to chase Tamas now in P2. Last lap around was just under a second quicker, so that gap could fall potentially very, very quickly. Just seen. Sorry. Just seeing some chat going on regarding the stream and what's happening next. So I believe Raven wants to watch the UFC as the race goes on, and that's why he was happy to do the graveyard shift. So Schlatt is definitely on the go. So again, thank you for everyone who is tuning in and watching. Multitasking at its finest. Well, multitasking and losing track of the other one that's going on. How are you, Mr. Raven? Sure, I'll hear from you shortly. Alan Brown now is 2 seconds behind Ignacio Lamy in P20 to P19. Sky Lovering is now lapping in the 49s. The only driver lapping under 53 seconds on the entire grid, and he is absolutely rapid. Strong tea. Get the coffee down, you boy. I've had a black tea, so I will be having a coffee at some point, or trying to find a place on the sofa to crawl into after this stint. So we're almost at the 6-hour mark. We're almost a quarter of the way through the race. Maximilian Bach has dived into the pits, which has promoted Luca Amaral. He is the chaser. I might see my wife after this for a little bit. Say hello to her. So, Robbie, I believe I have been joined by someone.
Hello, James.
Hello, Derek. How are you?
I thought I would pop in and keep you a wee bit of company, because I don't know how much company you've had.
I've had quite a bit of company, to be honest. I've had some company by Keddy and Woody joined me for a good half hour, and I've got 15 minutes, a couple of minutes left, and then I'm off.
Yes, it's all good, it's all good. Team's done well.
Yeah, Rob, the team have been doing absolutely fantastic. I think Craig's back in after Robbie, isn't he?
Why are they all screaming for red flags in the chat?
I don't know. I don't want to look. I've got some go slows, but everyone seems to be on track and running.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it to do with the penalties? Maybe I noticed there was some to do with the penalties, so they cleared everything.
Oh, right, okay. No
Might
more.
have been that. Anyway, that's for another reason. That's for another story.
Yes. So David Hill's now has gone into pits to end his stint timer. So he's into P10 after the pits. What I've seemed to have noticed is the Mercedes seem to have a quite a big cliff in terms of their tyres.
I'm seeing a lot of teams having a cliff in their tyres compared to what we have. And the only thing I can think is, when I made that setup, I wanted to be conservative because I didn't know how much we would need tyres for. So I went with, I can't remember exactly, it's either -1, -0.1 or -0.08. So the more negative pull you have, the more tyre consumption you're going to see. So I went conservative, and I think that's worked out good as well. But yeah, even with our tyres, once it gets to the point of the tyre being done, which is about 4 or 5 laps before it's over, they do fall off the cliff completely. But all the tyres seem to do that. Once they're dead, they're dead. Which is a nice realistic recommend.
Oh, 100%. I actually really like it. We've got Dominic Bellotti, who took his trip to Narnia a few laps ago, is now under pressure from Luca Amaral. We've also got Martin Schlatz less than a couple of tenths behind Thomas Lanier. In fact, Schlatz is doing some flashy as they're going through the final corners, and maybe this is Thomas's opportunity to make a move.
Bentley.
Hmm?
A Bentley.
A Boatley.
Yeah, who went with that?
Oh, they seem to be doing really well in P3.
Yeah, well, the fuel will be good for them, and then the Bentley was always a sort of somewhat stable car. Maybe it's came into its own these days. I think just about everything comes down to setup now. It's brilliant.
Yeah, Tamas is going to have to. It looks like he's going to have to concede the position as they head up towards the bus stop. The Bentley has definitely got the got the racing line, and that move has been made for P2. And Tamas Lanier gets the wrong side of the curbs and has gone bouncy, back on track. And he has definitely fallen down into P3 with a considerable gap. We've also got Domenico Bellotti and Luca Amaral as they're going back up through turn 1 and 2. The fastest lap of the race is Skylar Lovering with a 48.8, and Dominic Bellotti is doing his best to maintain this position. There's also a car in the mix who possibly doesn't want to be a Porsche, and Domenico Bellotti is managing to maintain that position thanks to having that Porsche in the middle, which is car number 25. I can't quite see who that is, but they're definitely rapidly moving through. In fact, they've made the move now. Luca Amaral is now going to have to try and go around the outside. No, he's fallen back into the racing line.
I was laughing when you said that Lovering has the fastest lap. They've been dogging the hell out of that one.
Oh yes, Luca
and
Amaral has indeed made that move up into P5. They're also going to be approached by Tugbert in the Aston Martin, and Bellotti does allow that position to be conceded. Yeah, they've had some awful luck, Skylar Lovering and Kinko.
But they put in the chat, he says, I think the Lambo's broken because in the first race, the first part of the race, after 2 hours they had a yellow light come on to the engine light.
Yeah.
And then the second race, after 2 hours, they had the same problem. So I said, maybe you're over revving it. I thought, I'll go and look. They're pegging it in every corner and pegging it on the way down the gears as well.
Sean Warby has just made a move and has been promoted to P11 over Florian Graf, so it's dropped down to P12. So that's a move made for position. As Johnny Manoram dives into the pits, Jordan Rose dives into the pits as well. So we're now starting to see the next round of pit stops in operation. We've got Robin Bysaf's got just over a minute. Sebastian Alexander Noob has got 4 minutes left. Luca Amaral only has 4 minutes left, so it's just made that move of possibly really dead tyres. So it makes it even more impressive. But yeah, so they're potentially over revving it, which was killing the car.
Oh yeah, they're definitely over revving. They're redlining it every gear, up and down. But as I said to the boys in the chat, I said at this point they're 3 laps down. It's all or nothing. If you blow the engine, you blow the engine. If it lasts to the end and you've made all those questions back. I mean, they were 3 laps down.
Yeah.
And they're still up, I think they're 2 laps down now.
Yeah, but they're back up to P16.
And back up to 16, so...
Yeah,
they're a very quick team.
Oh, absolutely rapid. Well, we know Skylar from Super Sprints.
Yes. I think the best thing that happened to them was they went to the back.
Yeah. Well, they started from
the... running away with it.
They started from the back of the grid anyway in the original race because they weren't obviously had to serve a qualifying ban. However, they had that incident with they had an incident with the pedals as well, didn't they?
But I mean, if you look at the first race, now there was a lot of people said that the new Lambo was terrible. It drives well, but it's not fast in a straight line, and it's not very fast, very good at braking. But if you look at the way they've drove it, there's obviously a way you can drive it.
Yeah, by revving the crap out of it.
Yeah. Or a sprint race, does that matter to you? A 1 hour sprint race, it won't matter.
No.
But I watched them go from E24, I think it was, or something behind us.
Yeah.
All the way up to 6th place in about, 30 minutes?
Mhm.
They were flying.
Yes. Yeah. One other thing. So Kane says catching asleep now. Next stint at 5 a.m. Oh, lucky you. Well, when's your first stint, Derek?
My first stint is at 2:30. It's supposed to be
1:30.
3:30 now, actually. Yeah,
Huh?
sorry. We're an hour behind on our stints because of
Well,
the rechanging of times.
well,
So if you take the hours that you're looking at and take that to an extra one. So I was going to say to you, when at some point we need to discuss your 6:30 one.
yes. Yeah. Well, we can have a chat about that after
I wasn't going
comms.
to bring it up, but you brought it up, so I was just going to
Yeah.
mention it.
Um,
As we go into 6th place, buddy.
well, Tamas is. What's happened to Tamas? Tamas is having some major problems because he was P2 a few laps ago. Yeah, P2 a few
Tamas was
laps.
in the pits.
Oh right, okay.
He
So
just
he's
came
gonna
out the
come.
pits
He's
as
gonna
far as
come out of
well.
the pits and be absolutely flying
Yeah.
once his tyres heat up. So, but Robbie has done an absolutely so. Craig did as well. Has been on a fast.
Craig, on the restart, Craig got about 6 or 7 positions.
Mm.
And I was sitting there, I had the microphone off because I was gritting my teeth, biting my lip. I was scared stiff. He was doing a good job, but it was like last minute braking and stuff to get past people. I was like, oh shit.
So Gilles Alaman has just made a move on Ivan Garagnov up into P12. So the Mission Spinout team on the go. Sergio Azario's in the ERS team in P11. They're going to be chasing Florian Graf. Ryan O'Sullivan's having a bit of a go slow moment by the looks of things, but he's up and running. Dominic
Sergio's in the car
Bellotti,
now instead.
yeah, Sergio's in the car. So Bellotti is dived into the pits from P4. Alan Brown's also making a bit of a recovery drive as well. They're into P17 now. They're lapping into 51s. But like I said, the fastest lap of the race so far has been put in by Skylar Lovering with a 48.8. I don't think the rain has stopped since the restart either.
No, it hasn't. And that's quite good because it looked as though the time's off a little bit as well. So I'm hoping the rain will go off by the time we get to night, which is about 2 hours from now.
Yeah.
We'll be going out in the night. And then in the early morning, we'll still be dark when it's not through the daylight, but it's all good.
Right. So, what are we doing? Where are we going? So we're looking at Amaral and Bellotti have gone into the pit. Robbie Robstra is right behind. That's a Porsche of Yannick in P18. Yannick's driving 53s at the moment. Robbie's in the 54s, so it's potentially a driver and lapping themselves. Bellotti's come out of the pits. Ryan O'Sullivan is going to come out side by side with Bellotti as they start to go up the hill. Bellotti has carried on another stint and is double stinted by the looks of things.
Yeah, I am going to let you go, wrap up the show so Ray will take over and I'll see you in chat.
Yeah, no worries. So Skylar Lovering goes faster again. Thank you very much, Derek, for joining me. Skylar Lovering has popped in a 48.4. So they're going faster and faster and faster. I believe I am joined by someone who talks faster and faster and faster.
Who, me, talks quickly? Now, you're getting me confused with someone else, James. It's definitely not an accusation that I would shoulder to say that I talk quickly. My goodness, young man, what a thing to say. How was that for an introduction?
Well, I was trying to think of a link.
It was good. It was good. Definitely an improvement on choking on fresh air.
Oh Jesus, that was
That was a highlight.
Do you know when you have that moment where you just go, "Oh, I'm gonna die"?
Oh yeah.
And I looked around me. I was like, I have no drinks. I have some sweet wrappers. I have some paper. I have some pure nicotine for my vape, and that was about it. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go in the house and just grab myself a bottle of water. And then there was a lukewarm cup of tea waiting for me, and then the wife went, "Oh, there's a donut in there as well." I was like, "Yes."
Wow, she's a keeper. Has she got a sister?
No, she's got a brother.
Does he? I mean, if he makes decent cups of tea and supplies donuts mid race, then yeah, we could maybe arrange something there. Actually, yeah, I'd be okay with that.
No, he doesn't do much, to be fair.
No,
So,
oh well, that's that done.
yeah.
I was going to ask how it's gone so far, actually, but I've noticed we've only got 16 hours left. So I'm assuming that's not going to be enough time to go over everything that's happened so far.
So,
But yeah, it's an interesting opening.
You could call it a race. Call it 2 races in one, really, if you really think about it. So we had a 3-hour race, and then the server went boom. And now we're into the last 21 hours, so we've managed.
So we had a sprint race, and we're now on to the feature race.
Yes, that's a better way of putting it.
That's how we're going to sell it. That's how we're going to sell it. I would say there are definitely 2 halves to this. Kunos, hang your head in shame. FRL admin, definitely hold your head high.
Well,
for every bit of disparagement towards Kunos, there's got to be a pat on the back for you guys to still get an event up and running and get a race.
My only...
You're not going to keep everybody happy, but still, the 26 drivers that are getting to do the 24 hours, I'm sure they're smiling.
My only regret was saying about the postponement and then retracting it 17 minutes later. And that was just purely down to the fact of looking at a qualifying start time of 1:30, and we were at 1:10, and trying to think of what can I do? And then after letting the dust settle after doing that, we kind of went, well, why don't we just delay the start time to 1:30? Ask the Ferraris to switch cars and give them an opportunity to get a setup and get going again. And one of the FRL teams, which is Fulvio Di Polito, currently in P1. I think Gilles Alaman currently in P12. And I think Matt Redfern as well. They were in P5. They were all running the new Ferrari, or the problem, as we're going to be calling it from now on in. And fair play to the teams, and I'm sure there were other teams which I haven't mentioned in that list. Have managed to tune a setup and get going. And if you look at P1 in the Aston Martin, they managed to. I saw the team chat of them sharing setups rapidly between them as they were going through and improving them. So, yeah, I'm pleased that we're doing this event. I'm pleased that there's 26 drivers, or how many drivers? Yeah, 25 drivers on track, firing around, enjoying these absolute terrible racing conditions.
I know, that was just for an extra bit of salt into the wound. Right, you need to swap cars. The race time's delayed. Kunos, the servers, are going to have a bit of a crash. By the way, you're going to have mixed greasy conditions around a fast-flowing track for the 24 hours. Hurrah!
Yes.
Was not the cry that came from the, from the galleys. But no, there's been some interesting action so far. When are you taking the wheel?
Well, I think that's up for debate, judging by what Derek's just told me. Apparently my next stint's at 3:30 in the morning. Then I got one at then I double stint until 4:30, and then I got another one at 6:30. Then I'm back in the comms booth at 8:30.
Nice. And people tell me I'm dedicated. Goodness gracious me.
Well, it's more glutton.
That's how we do it.
More glutton for punishment. So I'm gonna have a quick chat with Derek, figure out what stints I'm doing, and then I might curl up on the sofa for half hour, and see what happens.
In the fetal position, rocking back and forward.
Well, if I wasn't already follically challenged, I think I definitely would be going more than 1 hour. Right.
Oh, quality. I know
Um,
that feeling all too well.
well, yeah. My son's 18 months old, and we're going through the thing of where's Mummy's nose? There it is. Where's Mummy's chin? There it is. Where's Daddy's ears? Oh, there they are. Where's Daddy's hair? And he started poking at my cheeks.
Nice, nice.
Right. Shall we do a nice seamless handover?
We can certainly try. The way today's gone, though, I wouldn't be holding out too much hope.
Right, I will put myself in mute.